really have time, but if he comes with you, you could maybe both help each other out. And so if somebody has speech, they have a bonus to their role. You maybe the farmer or the villager is a werewolf, and now you're fighting in a skirmish. And a skirmish is an abstract battle where you're rolling and you either hit or you don't. So it's a very abstract dice roll kind of thing. Or maybe it's a full-on encounter where you're putting out a map and putting miniatures on it, and it is that miniatures combat style, just like a D&D campaign type of thing. So we've now written, the core game had 6 stories, Dark Tales had 9, Fall of the Spire will be coming out very shortly, and it has another, I want to say 9 stories. Oh, wow. So maybe it's less. And then I've written, in addition to that, on the side, I've written like one-shots for beginners who just want a feel but don't, or want to pull somebody else new into it without starting with the base course story number 1 every single time because they played it so much. And then what was it? The redemption stories are the ones that I'm doing that are the Dark Tale companions, so they're much more difficult. And those are more like extended chapters rather than different stories, but still almost a full story, each of them. And that's almost wrapped up as well. So that's been an ongoing, all my time sitting at the computer, typing away stories. That's what I do most of the time.
Yeah, that's cool though. I mean, if you enjoy it, I certainly would. I miss writing. It's one of the things that kind of brought me a lot of relaxation, pleasure, everything else when I was younger, and I just don't do it anymore. I don't know why, but I got so involved in the broadcast end of things. I think I just found a new passion and threw everything into that. So let's go back to the gaming. You brought up people looking for that difference between Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop, and the resurgence obviously of Dungeons and Dragons is there. You probably know from Gen Con with Critical Role and all of these other celebrities now getting involved, whether they're voice actors, screen actors, both, whatever it might be. Is the gaming industry moving hand in hand with that, or are you guys having to compete against it? Where's kind of the level on this right now? Is it leaning too heavy one way for you and you're fighting for your spot, or what are we looking at?
Oh, so that's a whole other hour session. I could give you a dissertation.
I'm sure.
So you have, if you look at the game industry is this tiny little subsection of the toy industry. Mm-hmm. And in the game industry, your heaviest hitter are collectible card games. So Magic the Gathering, Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh! Mm-hmm. And then everything else. That's your top 3. When you're looking at RPGs are not nearly as monetarily impactful because what people are buying are just books for the most part. Mm-hmm. And you look at RPGs separately, then you look at RPG accessories, and they sell almost equally as well. But RPGs are books, and RPG accessories are miniatures and dice and all the little cool, things that you can do to create scenes for combat. So people who have, like, Dwarven Forge has the most amazing things that you can build castles and all craziness. It's amazing. Yeah. So you have that, which is doing financially as well, but in 2 different ways. So D&D, Pathfinder, and then all the other, there's plenty of other. So Green Ronin did the recently, now I'm not going to remember the name of it, the sci-fi TV series.
Expanse?
The Expanse. They did the Expanse RPG. Thank you. So like you have not just, yes, we think of D&D first because they are the biggest name and they do most financially the most sales and are also affiliated with Magic and all of that. Yeah. But they're selling a lot more at a lower price point because it's books versus Dwarven Forge, who's going to sell less, but it's a much higher price point type of thing. So you've got all of that. And then you have board games, tabletop games. And hi, Pat. And tabletop games, it's hard not because of them. It's a different demographic per se, but because I think there's a heavy saturation of board game companies making board games right now compared to the other demographics. So that's kind of where we're at. So yes, but I wouldn't say that I'm fighting against D&D, and I'm not necessarily even fighting against the other publishers. It's more, how many games are you coming out with in 1 year that makes it the trickiest? Because like for a comic book, it makes sense if you're having a periodical to come out every week with a new story, because it's you're furthering the story. For a board game company, if you're coming out with a new game every month, you're eating into your own sales because people can't consume board games that quickly.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit different. All right, I'll stop now. That was like, I'm getting way too deep dive.
No, for me, this is fascinating, which means that there's someone else out there who's fascinated by this. And you know, those are a lot of the things that sometimes we don't consider. It feels like, you know, D&D in their world is putting out a book every couple of months, whereas you may see how many games.
Well, they do, yeah, a lot of supplementals, but that's even that. So they're putting out a major book, not every, but they're doing supplementals based on the rule set of the new core book. So 5e is where they're at right now. Yeah. And you can license that, and other companies like Renegade's doing a lot right now where they're using that system, but for their own purposes, which is cool. Like there's, on the one hand, it's super cool because there's a commonality, which means there's a common language for people who are familiar with it to latch onto other companies' world building, but with the same system. So it's so you learn how to play it, and you're not like, well, I have to learn a whole new system every time I play. Yeah. So that's the cool part. The frustrating part is there are some amazing indie RPG companies out there that don't get the love that I absolutely think they deserve. I think, you know, it's starting to get a little bit more, but honestly, it's really hard. It's a hard nut to crack.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we got super fortunate because we were like, we're not going to do that far. We're going to just keep it this side of tabletop and make it easier for you to learn how to play one if you're not really a D&D player, but you've always wanted to learn. That was our thing.
Yeah, I mean, a great space to be in. And what, I mean, you can kind of figure out just through everything you've said already, but why choose that space over going further into the void, let's say?
So one, it's hard to build a whole new system. It's hard. And we looked, like, we've tried. Yeah. It's not from lack of trying. Zach has played D&D since, and I've played since the 4th grade. Mm-hmm. So 2nd edition was where I started. And I've been playing since I was 10. So it's not like we didn't try different systems. And we looked at Powered by the Apocalypse as a system. And we looked at, you know, like we've tried a couple different things, specifically starting with Zpocalypse, because that was our baby. And we actually started it as an RPG and realized that it wasn't working out the way we wanted to, and moved so we moved away from it because there was more money to be made by selling games with more components. With as much writing as I do, it would be so much more to produce a full book every time you want to do one. Oh, and
are we all back?
You're back.
Okay, cool. I lost a little bit there. I heard something about your baby, and then I lost you. So
Zpocalypse was our baby, and we tried to make it an RPG first, and we keep going back to trying to make it an RPG. I'm not even gonna lie. Like every once in a while, Zach and I revisit, and it's just it's a lot. It's a labor-intensive thing writing wise, and you can sell a lot more board games for a higher price point. It's a numbers game for us. That being said, we keep writing scenarios for RPGs, so I don't know. Eventually, it might happen.
So that kind of gets me to my next question. I know you've mentioned some names, some other people who have come to Greenbrier Games with ideas, and then you guys are writing your own ideas. How does that work? How do you, as Greenbrier Games, as a publisher of games, decide who gets what projects you're going to pick? Are you tabling your own sometimes to grab someone else? What's your process on that?
It's chaos.
All
So yeah, to start, we designed our first game. We designed it, and we were doing it. We didn't plan on being a company. We just wanted to make a zombie apocalypse story game that delved further into the Walking Dead feel, the day-to-day, that it's not just always fighting zombies. Sometimes it's just the attrition of, like, we wanted the full picture of a zombie apocalypse. So we made our own. And then eventually we were like, hey, this is good enough that maybe somebody else would buy it. And then we were a company, and we had to figure out, like, actually what that meant financially, responsibly, while also making games that we loved. And that's where it started to be that not just we can't take 2 years every time we want to make a game in-house to publish it if we're going to be a company. So we started looking at other designs, and we totally lucked out because one of the first designers that came to us immediately after Z-Apocalypse was published, and suddenly we were a publisher, and we weren't taking ourselves that seriously, but apparently other people were at that point. We had to learn really quick to take ourselves more seriously, I guess, was Rocco. And he brought us this guy. So Ninja Dice was our second game, and it was super funny because he came and he was so professional and so, like, nervous about talking to us, and we're like, what is happening here? But like, that kind of changed the tone. We suddenly realized that we could be designers kind of like him and be pitching to other companies, or we could be publishers. And which do we want to be? Which hat do we want to wear more frequently? And some hard truths. We set up some hard truths very early on, that if we were going to be a company, as a company, you have to take certain things seriously. That I think as creatives, it's a hard thing to do that switch sometimes. Yeah. I'm constantly giving that information to new designers who want to publish their own games and think, oh, I'll go on Kickstarter and I'll make money and then it'll be fine. Like, it's not quite that easy. Like, there's more. But we were really realistic about it, and at least had, Zach was from graphic design, went to school for graphic design, and had been in IT for a major corporation. Okay. Jeff, works for Bose, which is a massive corporation. So, like, being what it takes to run a business wasn't unfamiliar to us. Just being realistic about it being not just our hobby, but if it was going to be a business, taking that. And part of that is you don't have the time always to design everything all the way through. So that became more of a thing. And I think of all of it, I'm the most hands-on with the creative process. Zach does visually is more creative, hands-on with the creative process of the art and as the graphic design background. So he's very hands-on on what it's going to look like. I'm very hands-on on making sure that the design goes from, well, it's done, to me being like, but is it really done? Is it completely polished? So I spend a lot more time doing development at this point, which is what that is, which I love. And I think that is, not everybody likes that part. Everybody likes the new idea. It's way sexier. I got an idea and it's exciting and it's fresh. And then you're like, okay, I'm 80% done and I'm bored and I want a new idea. At that point, I'm like, no, I'll do the grind. Just give me. and then I will do that final 80%. I'm okay with that. It's not everybody's favorite task, but I kind of like it. So.
Yeah, that's great though. So if I'm someone who has an idea, Dirt sort of brought up, you might work with a creator as a pre-existing property or something.
Yeah, I might.
Yeah.
So weird.
The Dirt would bring that up. How do those collaborations come to be? How do they work? Who's approached? Who goes to whom? How do those things start to happen in the industry of tabletop gaming? Well,
working with an IP, so especially it's something where there's predominantly comic book creators here. Working with an IP is very different because that's you don't have a game. You have something else that has its own world. And so the tricky part is you need to make a game, which is still coming up with all the math and all of that from scratch, and knowing that it has to be mindful of a world you're playing in somebody else's sandbox.
Yeah.
That's
I know that in
tricky.
an earlier interview, Pat had asked Rom V about that, maybe taking comics and turning them into video games. How would that work out? Rom didn't think it would be particularly all that easy because world creation is its own thing, and it's already been done by the comic creators and everything. How do you keep faithful to it as a video game creator, or now, as you're saying, even for a tabletop creator?
Right. And obviously, if the IP is big enough, people want to do it because they know that they're going to have a transition. But that is also something to be mindful of. So taking a world that already exists and having a fan base that already exists, you are doing it in part because you want those fans to also be a part of the new platform that you're doing. So from comics to a board game, or from a comic to a video game, whatever it is, you want them to still feel like they are welcome based on their perception of what that world already is. And that's really tricky. And because IPs have a finite, licensing term, you have to do it fast.
Yeah.
Typically, it's not something that you can be like, let's feel it out and share and think and grow together. You kind of have to have it. So it's tough. It's a tough thing to do, and it's totally awesome when it comes together. Great. So I know, Dirk and I have been working on should go fast, but the problem being ours hasn't. The Mystery and Nightmare World properties, where I made a game and I coded, with Joshua, and it's a great card game, but it wasn't a great card game for the fans of the comic book. It was too much for a card game aficionado.
Okay.
Somebody who plays collectible card games all the time, which made it cool and interesting, but not the level of it was too much of a level of complexity of what I wanted for this. I want, great examples of games that are good transitions are Villainous, which you can get at Target right now. All the Disney characters, and it's easy to play and it's easy to learn, and it feels like you're really are that villain. And it's not that it's mindless. You've got strategy and everything, but it's a lighter weight, and it helps. That's important because part of it is about playing the game, and part of it is about being a Disney fan. For example,
accessibility matters in anything. If your audience can access it, doesn't matter what it is, they're not going to be a part
So
of
that
it.
was the thing. So Mr. V Surviving the Nightmare World needed a revamp because it was a really good card game. It just wasn't a really good card game for and that IP. So that's, sometimes you hit it, sometimes you don't. And Dirk has been awesome about letting me go back to the drawing board to take the time to do it, but that's never the case. He's been super awesome about it, and that's usually you're like, oh, so sad, too bad, I'm out. And that's been amazing, but really not something that I'm super lucky. I don't usually get that.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. I mean, there's people have an idea, they have an expectation. If you can't meet the expectation, thank you. You gave it a shot. It's not what we were looking for. Thanks for the idea. You're thankful for the opportunity. They need to go somewhere else. So,
and it's also why there's typically only a few people in the industry that work on IPs consistently, because they know what it takes and they know how to fine tune and get to it. So you've got Andrew Wolf did the Harry Potter collectible card game, Battle of Hogwarts. And then he worked for Funko Pop for a little bit, and now he's working at Pokemon. He's somebody who gets it, and so therefore he's somebody who major IP holders are like, yes, you design the games for these IPs, and he's like, okay, go.
Yeah.
That's a skill.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. So then moving forward, we've touched on a couple of things that Greenbrier Games is doing. One of them being, the Kickstarter releases of a lot of the games. And you mentioned some of the dangers of Kickstarter. Let's talk a little bit more about how Kickstarter has helped in terms of the industry. I know that I've purchased different games through Kickstarter over the years. Maybe not Greenbriers, but others that have come in.
Thanks. That's awesome.
I mean,
I was waiting. We've gotten
here's the
so
thing.
serious, and then thank you. Yes.
If I'm going to buy my Greenbrier games, I'm buying them from you.
That's
you know,
fair.
and I'll come and see you and get them. And I do that differently. You know, some of the comic creators, I'll do the Kickstarters. You guys, I'll come to you for the games sometimes, unless I know I'm not going to see you like now. Then I'll probably track down a Kickstarter. So, and that's one of the things of Kickstarter. I think I've done more Kickstarter support probably since COVID-19 started than before. Unless it was something that I just had to have. Now it's, how else am I going to support my friends? So
there you go. Yeah, it's
so
true.
How has Kickstarter, worked in terms of your industry and your gaming?
So so the danger of Kickstarter isn't so much, it's actually the danger of being successful. So when I say the danger, the downside, it's more like when you get a Kickstarter and for somebody who's new and doesn't know all the ramifications of how to publish a game, and then they fund and have a successful Kickstarter, but they haven't fully come up with a plan of what they're doing to make the game. That is the danger. The cool part is you have access to this thing that makes it possible to do something that otherwise you wouldn't be able to do.
Yeah. And
that's, we could talk about Kickstarter forever. There's so much to it. Kickstarter allows games that otherwise would never be able to be made, even by established companies. So brand new, I've got an idea, I think it's cool. Yes. And I feel like it's been less and less of that over the years, but still you can find those. And I go and I find, like, I back people sometimes are like, what are you backing? But I back those kinds of Kickstarters because I want those people to succeed. I want those new designers to be able to make the game that they have in their heads that otherwise is never, ever going to be anywhere but in their heads to happen. But it's also for, Arcane Wonders is a retail only board game company. All their games up until this year have only ever gone direct to retail. Mm-hmm. Foundations of Rome is a game that has, I think, over 100 miniatures of Roman buildings, because you're building Rome as you play the game. And they were like, we could do this with tiles, but that seems dumb. We should do it building Rome, since it's Foundations of Rome. You're architects and you're building Rome. And the whole point is to be the one that has the most, puts their stamp on Rome so that they are known historically forever for being the ones that, and to do that, you're manipulating where you're placing. That's all it is. It's an abstract game, and it's a good abstract game. But what makes it a Kickstarter game was the bajillion miniatures that you can't just publish that and ship it. Like the cost of that is not worth, but also the impact of it just being little cardboard tiles that are Tetris is not nearly as impactful. So they were like, well, we could drop this project that Emerson Masucci, who has made all these award-winning games and everybody knows, and say, sorry, Emerson, not doing it. Or we could go to Kickstarter. And that's what they did. And it was amazingly successful. But that's a game that would never have gone direct. They're selling it to retail, but it would have been a game and they are planning other versions for retail. But that particular thing never would have happened otherwise. So even companies that are established, sometimes there's a specific game that is so specific that only people who are going to be like, yeah, no, I'll pay $120 for this game. But not everybody's going to do that. So you can't Kickstarter brings those people to a specific location, and that's hard because, I feel like those are the kinds of games that do well. And then the games that are the the person with the dream. I feel like that's
Yeah.
the platform for what you seek. Like one is kind of by necessity of whatever, the big box miniature games, which is partly what we do. And then the small, I don't know what I'm doing, but I want to try something.
Yeah.
You know, you could have arguments about the rest of the spectrum, but I feel like the rest of the spectrum is why we support local game stores and why things should be bought locally as opposed to on Kickstarter. Because
Absolutely.
yeah.
And that's the hardest thing right now is, you know, just being able to get out and support some of your local game stores, them having
so hard right now. Yes.
I mean, even in comics, you know, locally, lucky here in Cleveland, we've got Carolyn John's comic shop. They started doing almost a drive-through service. They're in that,
which I love. I actually have seen that in several places, and I think that's amazing. At least, like, and it's also hard because even if so here in Indianapolis, not as dangerous as the other parts of the country, but still, you don't want to be like, hey, our doors are open and advertise that because you're going to get yelled at. So it's more, you know, so what do you do? How do you?
Well, it's like tabletop speakeasies, and we have one of those here in Cleveland as well. I won't say the name of the place, but driving by it, you wouldn't even know that it's a game shop, first of all.
Right.
And then once you walk into it, the half that is the gaming half of the shop always seems to be closed. The other half is a guy sitting in there painting miniatures with just hoarded stacks of stuff.
Okay.
And then in the back room are all of the tables laid out for tabletop gaming and all the tournaments and everything. And it is the weirdest little shop. But that's why I call it kind of the gaming speakeasy of Cleveland, is because where all the magic happens is so far removed from what the shop is that you'd never know it was happening.
So in non-COVID times, I'd have like huge problems with that.
Oh yeah,
for lots of reasons. But I get right now why that's a thing. So but I do love the idea. I know that several stores they've closed off their gaming areas because you know that's the whole. You're touching it, I'm touching the game.
Right.
Like we're all like it got put back on the shelf and somebody else used it before. So I get that. The being able to go in the store though and look at the games, it's really hard. It's super hard because on the one hand, that's what gets people to buy it. You know, you want to hold the game and look at it before you decide to buy it. It's really hard otherwise. But on the other hand, that meant somebody else held the game and I don't know them.
Right.
So like having things like the drive-through kind of, or like ordering online, but having it like be like a pickup kind of service is anything to perpetuate it is kind of a big deal. And, you know, trying to do anything on publisher's side to support that and keep things going is also a big deal. Like trying to make sure that, you know, retailer, because eventually we're going to want to play together again. Yeah. And we're going to need game stores to go to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
I ordered a game already for my sister for Christmas. I won't say what it is, but it's just something that I knew she would enjoy just because of who she is. Bought it on Kickstarter, watched the video and said, I know she'll enjoy that. And I think that in that sense, Kickstarter has been a great tool because I wouldn't have had access to it otherwise.
Yeah.
I wouldn't know where to go to get it, see it, anything else. And you know, with that in mind, I think the tool that Kickstarter is great. Whether you're, you know, building Rome or getting your own personal dream out there, like you were talking about, I think it serves both purposes. I wish that more of those dream projects got funded like you do, like you try to make sure happens. Because
it's hard. It is hard.
Oh yeah, but the opportunity, you know, it's one of those things, and I think everybody kind of goes with that Funko sense. Is if I like this, someone else is going to like this. There's an audience for this out there, and you just kind of have to put it out there and hope it happens. Well,
but one of the things that again makes it harder right now is that putting it out there is always better to put it out there in person and have a group that already has played it before you go to Kickstarter, because just like I said, it's the playing it, it's the seeing it versus just seeing it on the screen, and that's tough.
And that's
there
good
was
for anybody wanting to go into this. Take what Julie just said there and keep that in the back of your head, because that matters.
there was a company in Japan that made a 2 to 4 player social deduction game based on Alice in Wonderland. So social deduction games are like Werewolf, where you need a bunch of people, and usually like there's a whole bunch of different roles. This was you are the Mad Hatter or the White Rabbit or the Queen of Hearts or Alice, and you're at the table for the tea party. And based on where you place the china is adding or taking away points. So you're looking to see where people place settings, and it's this tiny little dollhouse tea set.
Jeez.
And then placing characters, because once you place a character at the table, those are the points they're getting. Once all 4 characters are placed, that's the end of the round, and you score the points. So you can either be placing china, placing a character, or making predictions about which characters other people are based on how they've been placing things.
Okay.
Social deduction games are usually about yelling and talking and everything. It is the most quiet and serene experience while still being like intense.
Yeah.
And they had 30 copies made that they did and had it at Essen in Germany last October.
Okay.
Based on that, they brought it to Kickstarter, and they were able to fund because they had 30 copies that people actually got to play. And even that, the impact of that, because you couldn't get it. Like they gave it to reviewers. I had a copy because I was obnoxious until they finally sold me one. But of course, I brought it back, and I played it with at least a dozen different kids, families, like groups who all loved it. And then my niece stole it, and I didn't get it back. So I had to back the Kickstarter. But also, like, even that alone meant that once they went to Kickstarter, I was like, now's your chance. And all these people who had played it were like, yep, in. Like, so that's a very specific why there's Kickstarter, because I'm never going to be able to get the social deduction game about Alice in Wonderland that comes from Japan.
Right.
Otherwise, like, that's not going to happen otherwise.
Yeah.
It's that's why it exists in my mind, or should exist.
Well, that's neat too, that opportunity is even there to get games from all over the world then as well. That it opens that market up to folks too, which I think is great. I mean, it's a game, like you said, who would get it? Because it's probably not going to end up on our retail shelves or even in some of the smaller shops, if not.
Even if they could, it's the cost of the china, because it's a dollhouse china set, is not conducive to the cost. Like, you would, like, it's just a weird, like, the cost of it included with all the other components means that it becomes like a $40 or $50 plus all the shipping from or the makes it a $50, and you're not going to pay $50 for a 2 to 4 player social deduction game. Not. That's not like, so you get it on Kickstarter, and then you play. You buy Ultimate Werewolf at your local game store for like, that's how that's supposed to work in my mind. I could be wrong. You can disagree, and I'm sure other people do.
Your industry is one that I wish I knew so much more about. You're sort of my entree into it, and I don't get to see you enough. So this was great to learn some of these. Are the talks we don't always get to have on the convention floor.
This was way more professional than I thought it was going to be. I'm going to be like, not that you aren't. It's just we're very goofy usually. So this was like
well, I mean, it's my job to both promote what you're doing and get some information for the audience and the fans to kind of feel that inside edge of what goes on with what you do. So I hope we were able to do that for the folks in chat and in the comments and everything. I appreciate Dirk, Pat, and Amanda, and Eminem in there. Everybody who's been a part of the chat, thanks so much for that. I know Julie's thankful. I know Jen's glad y'all were here too. Kyle wants to jump in.
We have to do a little bit more business.
Do it?
Because Julie is offering an extremely great deal for viewers of Cadets Con.
Yes.
So if you go to cadetscon.com, click on Cadets Con links, the Brier Games logo is the first one on that page. It's the
unicorn
the
blood.
gas mask. Huh?
It's the unicorn blood colored gas mask.
Yeah, unicorn blood colored gas mask. That's what we're calling it. But if you click on that, it takes you to the Greenbrier Games virtual con booth, and if you use the code CADETS right now on their virtual store, you get 50% off Barbarian Battlegrounds, Burger Up, Grimslingers, or of Dreams and Shadows, and any of the items in the store. That's 50. That's half of the price. So, like, you know, not the whole thing, not 3/4, half. You know, the thing I never eat that amount. Like, never, like, half. So, and what else is really cool about this site? And here, I'm gonna do a thing like that. Boom. So this is the site, right? There's a zombie.
Yes.
Right there, zombie. But if you scroll down, you've got playthrough of Barbarian Battlegrounds. Huh?
Yeah.
Burger Up.
You'll be fine.
Grimslingers. Of Dreams and Shadows. You've got Lost Ones information, Folklore the Affliction. All the games we've talked about today are on here, and there's videos you can watch about how to play them and what to do. But then you click right here where it says I'm ready to shop, and it takes you right to the store where you can buy the things. So you check that out as well. Remember, use code CADETS to get 50% off on that stuff. Julie, we got just about 4 minutes left. Give us the links, the socials. Where can people find you? Where can people find Greenbrier Games? That kind of stuff.
Greenbrier Games, BRIER Games.com. We're on Facebook. We're on Twitter. We're on Instagram. We're everywhere.
Savoir-faire is everywhere.
And really, it's just me posting goofy pictures of my cosplay for the past week. I'm so sorry.
So, make sure you check that stuff out. All those links are on the Greenbrier, or on the Cadets Con page. All right. Mike, thank you. I think Mike's going to hang around and be on a couple of our other panels later with some of our other creator buddies. Julie, thank you so much. We will have to see each other very, very soon, especially now that, you know, you're no longer a nomad, and we can be at the same conventions at the same time soon, hopefully.
Yeah. 2027, you know, it's going to be great.
Hopefully, look, I can't go another year without going to Indianapolis and worshiping at the Church of St. Elmo.
I know.
So if nothing else, we'll just plan our own personal Gen Con, and we'll meet in the Midwest.
I drove by, like, Tiki Bob's. I just took pictures. I took little selfies outside.
Right.
During Gen
We'll
Con.
have to plan We'll just have to plan our own personal Gen Con, and just so I can go and eat the steaks at the restaurants. Like, that's all I want. So.
All right. You eat the steak.
All right.
I'll watch you eat the steak. It's fine.
So, all right, guys. Thank you for staying tuned in to Cadets Con 2020 live online. We will be back in just about a minute with Seth Damoose from Source Point Press. Floppy
I love
Cop.
him.
Well, I'm not kicking you out.
For Seth Damoose, Julie. How about that?
So we will be back with Seth and Amanda.
That's his art right over there.
Yeah. So we will be back in just about a minute's time. Welcome back in to Cadets Con 2020 live online. I am your host, as I have always been, Kyle. With me, as she has always been today, Miss Jen King. And then joining us now, the currently in transition, you see the cardboard boxes, Amanda Harvey. She would have been here all day, but she's busy moving. And joining us for this hour in that corner box down there, Seth Damoose, artist of Floppy Cop, Brad Holla, Tales of Mystery, Nightmare World. Like, he's done all kinds of stuff. He also is the only person on the planet whose beard I am jealous of.
Me too.
What's up, buddy?
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Beard.
Well,
What now?
I've started to get a complex about the beard. Ever since Bob Sally said it looked like I dyed it white, and now the roots are starting to grow out.
Oh.
A little bit.
I mean, that's fair. That's
Travis-
I mean, that's just the way it grows, though. So there's not like I did anything.
Yesterday, Travis said of Bob and Frank and Garrett that they're a trio of idiot lunatics that work there at Source Point Press, and referenced those three guys. So I wouldn't put too much weight into what he says.
No, not too much.
So,
Bob's a good dude, though.
oh yeah, great guys, but you put them in the same room, and it's like the Three Stooges on steroids.
Oh, it's anarchy.
So,
it's anarchy.
yeah, it's anarchy. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, Seth, for the people who are just now hearing your name for the first time, tell them how you came to be in comics.
Well, I'd always wanted to be in comics since I was probably about 12 years old, so I've been drawing and trying to figure out how to get good at the craft. And then one year, probably back in 2002, I put together a portfolio of about 20 pages in a week and went down to the old Wizard World Chicago show, and I met several editors, several writers, and they all told me that I was garbage. Until I ran into Jeff Stevenson, who was doing writing and editing for Digital Webbing Presents. And he took a look at my portfolio and he says, "Yep, there's some potential here. Let's reconnect after, the show. I'll call you like Tuesday or Wednesday or something." So that meeting was the last meeting of the day on Friday, and I was only going to the show Friday, and I was pretty downtrodden throughout the whole thing. But I got a hold of Jeff like the following Tuesday, and over the next couple of weeks, we created Brat Halla, which was a webcomic we did for free based on Norse mythology kids, gods and goddesses, as elementary school kids. So Thor was like the little runt, and Loki was the adopted stepbrother, and it was just a ton of fun playing with the mythology. That led to Jim Valentino's attention, where I did I Hate Gallant Girl for Image Comics, and then was lucky enough to work with Josh Williamson after that on Xenoholics at Image Comics, and then it just kind of went from there. Did some Nightmare World stuff, did some mystery stuff. Continued doing Brat Halla throughout this whole time, up until maybe 8, 9, 10 years ago or so, before we finally gave up on the free webcomic. And then it's just been Floppy Cop with Dan Doherty. I did Savants with Gary Reed, and little side projects here and there. So I don't know, there's nothing real exciting or sexy about getting into comics. It's just do the work and show up and get it done on time, and people tend to pay attention eventually.
One of the things I wanted to ask about, because I don't know, Jen probably doesn't realize it, but every time she puts up a Xenoholics book, I buy it. I think I've bought her stock out. She gets them, she has them, so I buy them. But you are very fast.
I've been told that.
Your art style is very fast.
It's a very open style, cartoony even. So there's not as much line work, which leans to faster production times, really. There's not a whole lot of noodling in between and filling with the cross hatching and all that stuff. So there's less lines to draw. which for anybody who tries it isn't as easy as it looks. But yes, indeed, it does lead to quicker turnaround times.
Now, the result of that being, though, is that I've sat down at a table with you, ordered appetizers, and by the time the appetizers come, you've got like 2 pages done.
I don't know about that. It depends on how much work is done ahead of time. But yeah, I mean, usually
Well, it depends on the appetizers, right?
and the appetizers and where we are and what we're ordering. Excuse me. So typically, like a 9x12 commission at a show takes me start to finish an hour or less. I can usually do a full 11x17 page pencils to inks completion in probably a couple hours. If I get really going and get the pencils done ahead of time, which is a lot more how I work now, I'll sit down and I'll draw like big bulk batches of pages, get 10 or 12 of them done in pencils, real loose, real rough, and then come back on Sunday and then ink like 6 of them in 7-8 hours worth of time. So it's it's just all about trying to be consistent, and I figure if you can get them done fast and get on to the next project, you have more product out for people to consume.
So tell me a little bit about the style of how you found your art style, or the way you found your art style. It's like I said, it's very unique. When you get a commission from Seth, guys, it's usually black and white with one color.
Yeah.
He's got a very specific style that, you recognize instantly when you know Seth's art. So tell me about how you discovered your particular art style.
Well, I think, honestly, I'm still trying to discover it. I'm trying to learn as I go and figure out new tricks, new things to do, new ways to do it, different shortcuts, different cheats, if you will. I mean, I had several influences, everybody from John Buscema and Mark Silvestri to like Joe Mad and Humberto Ramos, Alex Toth, Jack Kirby. Loved like Brian Hitch, Dan Brereton. So my influences are just across the board, and I've tried to kind of take what I like from an individual artist. Say maybe I like the way this artist draws hands, and I want to draw hands like that, so I'll draw a hand like I think they would draw the hand. But I like the way this artist draws a nose, so I'm going to draw that nose with this hand on this head, and then it's just kind of an amalgamation of all of those pieces to make what ends up being my style, I guess.
Amanda and Jen, jump in with questions. Otherwise, Seth and I are going to get real deep in the weeds like we always do. And we're going to have a heck of a time, and you guys just be like, what are they talking about? Why are they talking about different CMYK color combinations? So,
right, the gray ones.
I like
Right.
the kind of deep things, right? Because I don't think that's the kind of stuff that usually gets talked about in an interview. And I think that there's a lot of people that are also creators that watch because they like the art of the person who's being interviewed. And they would love to know those kinds of cool details. But those aren't the things that usually can be discussed unless you're like, show up at someone's table at a con. And usually they don't have time for that then either. So this is the perfect time.
Yeah, this
well, so
Big
I will
guy.
tell you this, that more often than not, you show up to a convention, I'm sitting behind Seth's table with a sign that says, "I'm not Seth." Seth's like, I need to get food and have a smoke and go to the bathroom. I'm like, I got you. But I will sit back there and stare at his art and I'll be on my iPad trying to replicate it, and people will think I'm him. So, it's
we'll fake it one of these times.
it's true. Tell us a little bit about right now. So many people are doing so much stuff digitally, putting their books out as web comics, working with webtoons, working with these things because they can't. Either production is slowed or behind, or publishers are scaling back a little bit right now. So you and Jeff with ADL back then, Anthony D. Lee, you guys were doing webcomics real early on in the webcomic game.
Yes. And
So-
that was rather than try to fit into a production schedule and get a publishing company or anybody to give us any money, which nobody wanted to because nobody knew who we were and nobody really cared. We just decided that we wanted to make comics, so we were going to make comics. We all had day jobs. We all had to try and fit it in between things. And the best way to do that was just to make the book. We put it out originally on Kevin Smith's moviepoopshoot.com. We followed up. It was actually funny because it was Ryan Otley had just been signed to start on Invincible. And the webcomic that he was doing was Ted Noodleman, which was fantastic. And they needed a comic to fit that time slot, that once a week on, I think it was Mondays or Tuesdays, either way. And we just happened to have X amount of pages done already. So we started releasing 1 page a week in the old Ted Noodleman spot. So I followed in Ryan Otley's footsteps. But it was just, it was free to us. We weren't, making any money. We were just trying to cut our teeth, earn our chops, so to speak, just get it done, get out there, figure out the best way to do this and how to get better. It was all one big experiment.
How is working for that? And granted, I recognize that this was a long time ago, but how does working for that kind of style, that it's just going up on the website, you're not designing anything for print, that sort of thing, how is that different from working on a traditional floppy version of a book?
I don't know that I would say it was different. I mean, I kept my approach pretty level, pretty even. I went into it like this was going to be collected someday. This was going to be trade. This was going to be floppy individual issues. This was the first thing I was doing, so this was the biggest deal I could do. So I took it with all seriousness and gave it everything I got. I mean, I poured everything into each one of those pages and just wanted to have the best product out there, whether 2 people saw it or 200,000 people saw it. It didn't matter. I was gonna show up and do the work. So I don't know that it was any different. I mean, I still approach the creator-owned stuff that I do now. I approach the work-for-hire stuff the same way now. It's just blue collar. Show up, pull the boots up, and go to work.
Yeah, no. So that leads me to my next question: is that you're a big collaborator. You always work with a lot of. You always work real closely with the people you're working with, and that's real evident on Floppy Friday.
Yes. Yes.
Which is the whole team Floppy Cop gets together, and if you've never been on this Zoom call, you don't understand beautiful chaos.
We're pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, it's some of the strangest television I've ever watched.
It's hard to survive. You have to come up for air every once in a while. That's why we do it once a week.
It's true. But
although the in-between texts are quite entertaining as well.
So tell me about Floppy Friday and Floppy Cop and that whole team and how that team came to be a thing.
So Floppy Cop started with Dan Doherty and I. We were both working on some macabre properties and telling some pretty dark and heavy stories, which I know we both love and we both enjoy. We're both big horror nuts and love the noir and the crime and all that stuff. But we both, ironically, came to a point very close to the same time where we wanted to come up for air, I guess, or try to have fun again, or make it funny, or be silly or stupid, because we were just so ingrained in this deep, heavy, dark material that anybody who knows Dan or myself knows we're just a couple of goofballs and don't take a whole lot of anything serious. So it was almost like, because we both came from more of a comedic background, what were we doing playing in this horror world? We were doing well and things were great and the products were both, fantastic. that we were both working on, but it was just let's make this fun again. So we got to spitballing silly ideas, and Dan had this idea of a police officer with no spine. He just kind of flopped around like the inflatable man at the car dealerships was the visual that instantly popped into my head. So from there, it was just, okay, let's start designing this character, and then how ridiculous can we go with these stories? And Dan brought on Milena to do the colors, and she was up and coming. I think this was the first book she worked on. So she's been able to learn and grow right along with us and help us learn and grow and be better by what she's bringing to the table. And we thought that with a book this much fun, we had to have Jay Fosgett do the covers because anybody who doesn't see Jay Fosgett's art and smile, I think they're doing it wrong. So that's kind of where Floppy Cop came from, was from just a desire to, I don't know, be 12 years old again.
This cover right here. I think Fozzie and I have probably talked about this cover for 2 hours.
The Coma Chameleon on Scrubs.
Yes. Yes. I just, it's... The covers of this book are just amazing. You got Bloom County here.
Jay actually made an entire working crossword puzzle for that third cover.
Mm-hmm.
Like the answers in the boxes correlate with the questions on the side. I mean, dude's a genius.
What?
Yeah, it's all has to do with the book and the creators. Like, he worked in our names into the crossword puzzle and created questions and had them fit in the boxes. Yeah, Jay Fosgett's the best. I mean, I want to be Jay Fosgett when I grow up.
So the other thing I want to bring up, because I don't think our viewers know this, because I haven't told them, and you can't see it if I click on it, so we're gonna have to go from this thing. But do you see this middle gentleman right here on body issues? That's me.
Is the one dancing with the pretzel in the issue next to it?
Yes.
Yes.
That character is me.
That is Kyle Barnaby.
I lobbied real hard to be the sidekick cop who's obsessed with pretzels, and these guys are great enough to make it happen for me. In fact, I own the original sketch from the Body Issues cover from Gavin Smith.
Gavin, yeah. So, Gavin knocked that right out of the park, too.
Yeah. Let's talk about another book of yours that people need to know about, because it's so important, especially to people from this part of the country, my part of the country, Savants. The last work of the legend Gary Reed.
Yes. We didn't know it was going to be the last work going into it. So that was another aspect of the book. I believe it was at C4, Traverse City Comic-Con. Oh man, had to have been quite a few years ago now anyway. And I started talking with Travis McIntyre, and he wanted me to do a Source Point book. And he was going to see what he could find that maybe my style would fit with, and he could find a writer, and we'll just kind of make it work. Later on that same weekend, he comes up to me and says, so Gary Reed's he's got this script, he's got 2 issues done, you're going to work with Gary Reed. And I promptly pooed my pants. Because Gary Reed's a big deal. I mean, Gary did it forever and had done it forever and started and was instrumental in the indie comic movements with Caliber Comics. I mean, The Crow came out of that. Brian Michael Bendis came out of that. I mean, it was Caliber was a big deal, especially growing up here in the Midwest. And Gary Reed was Caliber Comics. So when I had the chance to work with Gary, I was giddy, jumping up and down, couldn't believe my luck. Holy cow, this is amazing. And met up with Gary that night at the bar And after a couple of Bud Lights, he promptly told me that he didn't want to work with me. He was just taking the job because Travis was going to pay him. So I was like, wow, there's all that excitement right in the toilet. And it's not like Gary was, he wasn't mean. He was kind of crotchety. I'll give him that, but we loved him. So then I took it as my goal to convince Gary over the next 2 issues, because he already had the first 2 issues done or scripted. I took it as my personal job to impress Gary enough, or at least convince him that I was going to be the right person for the book, that he loved so much that he created. And as we went on, we were about halfway through art. I was turning in art for the first issue, and he started rewriting the end of the second issue, and then wrote issues 3 and 4 specifically for my style. So he and I had conversations on the phone where he was like, yeah, you did it. I didn't think it would work, your style and my style, as far as the story goes, because he had envisioned his wheelhouse was more like a sketchy, kind of scratchy, lots of line art. Think like Guy Davis. That was his bread and butter. That was what he wanted the book to look like. And I don't draw like Guy Davis. But I had convinced him that it was going to work. So we went from there.
And then Gary tragically passed away before issue 5 was done. So you got to finish the story as a tribute to Gary. Tell us about issue 5.
So issue 5, we had no script for. I had turned in all the art for issue 4. So Gary had seen that and approved that. And we were all good to go. And then he passed away. And some time passed for grieving and just sort of shock value. And Travis and I got to talking about, we need to reach out to Gary's wife and see if there were any notes or any scripts for issue 5, because we wanted to honor Gary and tribute him by finishing the story, because it was, the last thing that he was writing, the last thing he was working on. We didn't want to leave it incomplete, and we wanted to do right by Gary. Come to find out, there were no notes on the laptop. There was nothing in any notebooks. It was all just based on conversations that Gary and I had had over the phone, and maybe a couple of emails about where we were going to do, or where we were going to go with the last issue. And that was not crushing, but that was a setback, because then it was just sort of, well, what do? We don't have a script for the 5th issue. We need to finish the story. What happens here? And Travis and I, again, were talking about, well, do we hire a writer to come in and kind of ghostwrite for Gary to try and emulate Gary's style to finish the story? Do we bring in a team of people, like all the writers that worked under Gary? Because Gary would do nothing but bring people up. I mean, that was the big thing that Gary did, was empower and encourage young creators and writers and give them the tools they needed, or at least the platform they needed to shine. So that was a big possibility. We thought about doing that, just bringing on like a whole team of, the next generation, so to speak, to write the 5th issue for Gary as like a tribute. And I don't know, maybe a week or 2 passed while we were thinking about all that. And Travis sent me a text and he says, "No, there's nobody knows this story better than you, Seth. So you're writing it and drawing it, and that's the way it's going to be. Foot down, case closed, get it written, get it done." So I was like, wow, okay, I haven't really written anything down since I was about 13 years old. I sort of went the whole visual medium instead of writing it down, so I didn't know how to structure this other than based on scripts that I had read. So I wrote a plot outline just to kind of break it down and start with that as much as I could, and turned that into Travis. And he said, "That's great. Get started. Do what you got to do. You're drawing it, so if you don't need a full script, don't do a full script. We'll figure out dialogue later." So I was like, all right. I took my plot, my outline, and started drawing. I thumbed out all 24 pages. I started penciling. I started inking. started turning pages in with no dialogue. Just kind of, I had drawn it and written it with like beats in mind for where I would put dialogue, but I hadn't been clever enough to figure out what the characters would actually say. I just knew right here on this panel they'd be talking, this panel they'd be talking, this is going to move the story this way. So we got about maybe 6 or 8 pages turned in, all done. And I said to Travis, I said, I don't think I want to try and come up with Gary's words. I don't want to use my voice to emulate Gary's. What if we did this issue silent? And he says, that's a ballsy move. I mean, those either work or they're garbage. I mean, you want to try that? I mean, this is what we're trying to do is, honor Gary and finish the story. And I was like, yeah, I think in order to honor Gary, we can't put words in his character's mouth that aren't his. So I think we have to do it silent. And he agreed. God bless him. And then that was the 5th issue. I went right back to production and finished drawing it, and that was that. And then it was just fingers crossed, keep our head down, and hope we didn't poop the bed.
And you didn't. It came out beautifully and sad, and I remember crying real hard when I read it. So, it was Gary was real special to a lot of us, and I thought it was a fitting tribute.
Oh, thank you. That's really what we were going for.
One of the other ways that you're associated with Gary is you won the Gary Reed Independent Creator of the Year Award.
I did that. The inaugural one.
Yeah, I was gonna say you were the first.
Yeah, I was the first. Except no substitutes. Anybody who's come after that is just second place or worse.
Well, that's true. Well, and what's funny is the 3 winners of the Gary Reed Award all are connected to Floppy Cop.
Yes, well, because we're all pretty damn awesome. I mean, if I have to.
But it's you and your co-creator Dan have won it, and then your publisher Travis has won it as well.
That's right. I think Travis is probably one of the more deserving. Definitely more than Dan, and he's right up there, right next to me. I kid. Everybody knows I love Dan.
Hey, Dan has taken his shots today. We had one of his students on earlier. We were making fun of him as a teacher. So
that's kind of how this works, though. Dan knows that. He's too talented and too pretty and too nice. He's got it coming.
He was busy this weekend.
Yeah, he did.
I'd say no one should get him tagged just so he can listen to us and make fun of him.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
I'll send him a text right now.
Yeah, so the Gary Reed Award, Cherry Capital Comic Con, Traverse City C4, they put together in order to honor Gary Reed. The award is for independent creators who promote not only their own books but other creators with the spirit in mind that Gary did. And Gary promoted other people and helped other people more often than not with nothing to gain for himself. So it was all about, everybody have the same mentality. We're all on the same team. We all want to read kick-ass comic books, and the only way to do that is to get people to make awesome comics. And if somebody needs, help making an awesome comic, and this person or this person or this person can help or lend a hand in any way, everybody get on board and get it done. I mean, that's the whole mentality of that you could take away from Gary, I think. So that was what I took from the Gary Reed Award. And yeah, I was floored. I cried like a baby. I had no idea it was coming. Yeah, I was truly honored to be even nominated with the folks that I was nominated with. And then, yeah, toot. I couldn't believe it when I won. Yeah, it was just mind-blowing.
Guys, if you head over to cadetscon.com and click on the Cadets Con links page, you scroll down, it'll say Find Seth Damoose on Facebook and on his website, which we need to talk about, sir. And buy Floppy Cop. It's Avance from Source Point Press. There are links there where you can pick all this stuff up. Seth, do you have a commission list open?
My commission list is open right now. I just opened it up earlier this week. I think I cleared the table. So yeah, if you're interested, I'm doing up to 2 characters on 8.5 by 11 cardstock, full black and white, maybe a color, maybe a couple colors, depends on what's going on. But it'll be inked, up to 2 characters, $80 shipped anywhere in the U.S.
And people can get that on the Facebook page?
Yeah, you hit me up on Facebook, on Instagram. Instagram is just Seth Damoose, one word, or Twitter. Just send me a DM. It's Damoose Seth on Twitter, I believe. So yeah, hit me up. Instagram, Facebook. I have a Damn Ink Art of page on Facebook if you want to follow that and just look at the pretty arts. That's the one to do it on. Twitter. I roam Twitter and just kind of laugh at the stupid stuff and the crazy people and then run away. So anywhere on there. Yeah, just hit me up. Let me know. I've got copies of the Floppy Cop trade and the Savants trade that I can do a remark in or just sign it. I know they're both available on SourcePoint's website, so you can buy it from SourcePoint, or you could order it from me and I'll sign it and drop goofy pictures on it.
Links to all that stuff is on the website. The Facebook link I put is the Damn Ink page. So people will reach out to you through there for commissions, including one that I need from you. So.
Oh, sure.
That's a thing. So talk to me a little bit about your process. You get a script from Dan or from any of your other co-creators, and how do you break the story down from the art perspective?
Well, first read through, I'm not really thinking about too much. I mean, if I get any ideas as I'm reading through it, I don't even really make notes because I just read it through and get a feel for the story, see where it's going. And then once I sit down to start thumbnailing it out, so I do thumbnails or real loose pencils, just based on the panel breakdown. So the writer will write, page 1, panel 1, and then there's 5 or 6 or 4 panels or whatever it is. And it tells you what's going on and it's got the dialogue. And I'll do a first pass through straight from the script. No alterations, no mixing, no goofing around. Draw what the writer wrote. And then as I'm putting the pencils in on the computer or on my tablet, I start to get a different feel for the story as I'm diving deeper into the nitty gritty of it. And I'll either decide to take a beat out or add a beat to kind of punch a point home maybe. So there's times where I've taken a 4-panel page that Dan wrote and turned it into 12 panels. And then I get a phone call and he's screaming at me saying, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "Read it. It works. Trust me on this." And then we argue back and forth, and people call it collaboration, but it's usually just 2 grown men screaming at each other on the phone. And then one of us caves and either gets redrawn or we just roll with it and hope for the best.
Dan is coming. He's coming. Yes. He's texting me, but he's got to refresh his page, I think. So, when you send it from you to your colorist, and you've worked with some great colorists, yes, Milena and Anthony, and so many great colorists over the years, do you give them ideas, or is it up to them to kind of imagine what things should look like?
I used to, when I was getting started, I would send notes with ideas for colors, or what I, try to explain what I was trying to do in this scene or with these lines, why I left this line out, what maybe we do a color hold on this figure or this effect. And then I don't know, I got to thinking and giving myself a complex. I really sound like a jerk telling these folks who are professionals and know what they're doing, I'm trying to tell them how to do their job. No, that doesn't seem right. So then I just kind of quit doing that and gave the trust and the belief in the collaboration and the other creators that they deserve. And I think the product has gotten even better because of it. So now now I don't even send notes or mention anything ahead of time. It's just, no, I trust you. You are an amazing artist in your own right. You add your part, and then we've got a completed product here. So yeah, I'm all about everybody bring everything they have to the table. It's not up to me to to steer them.
Amanda or Jen, do you have any questions for Seth? Because I need to refresh my screen. So
My only question is, when am I going to get to see you again?
I don't know. Not soon enough.
Not soon enough.
Not soon enough. I didn't know you were moving. It's been that long since I've talked to you.
Yeah.
That is
It
bonkers.
all kind of happened very quickly in like just a couple of days. I like made the choice that I was going to move and signed the lease, and
Wow.
I moved
Another
officially
apartment or a
next
house?
Wednesday.
Oh,
Another apartment.
okay.
Oh man, look
There
who's
we go.
here.
And the blowing hair in the breeze.
I know.
and we have
Really?
the beards. So many beards on screen now. The
One
internet
more
won't be
beard.
able to handle it.
It's beautiful. Look at this. Oh. Hi, everybody.
Dan, you don't know this, but you've had a big day today.
I woke up this morning hoping that was the case. That was
We have your co-creator Seth here today, and earlier we had one of your proteges, Jamie Premack, on to talk about Binary Star.
oh, right.
So you've come up several times today without even knowing it.
Yeah, Dan's a big deal.
That's what my email address tells me. That's awesome. Yeah, Jamie's got her Kickstarter coming out this week, right?
Yep, absolutely. It opens on Tuesday.
Tuesday. I cannot wait. I cannot wait. It'll be great.
So,
Okay.
Dan, we asked Seth this already. How did you come to get into comics?
That's a good question. You mean as far as like appreciating them, or as far as actually making them?
Yeah.
Good answer. Okay.
That's
Appreciating them, it would be the 7-Eleven spinner rack in my town when I was a little kid, and that was the big prize of the week. If I've had a good week as a child, I mean, I did all the right things and whatnot. I would my dad would take me up to get whatever they had on that rack, which was like Spider-Man, G.I. Joe, Garfield, I think, had a comic, all kinds of random stuff. And then I saw Calvin and Hobbes, and it was all over. That was when I was like, I love this. As far as making them, no, you can't beat them. You can't even find them.
No.
Let
He's
alone
still
beat
lost in Ohio somewhere.
He's
The whole
just
state
like,
swallowed him up. Who knows?
yeah, we don't know where he is.
We know where he's at. He's in a bunker somewhere being protected from the other states.
Is that what it is? That's fair.
Good. He's been training for this whole COVID thing his entire adult life, I think. He's just been like, it's just another day. As far as making them, I don't know. I just always really liked making comics. When I was a kid, I just did it all the time. And I didn't really see it as a career until, I don't know, I got in college. And I started seeing people actually making it happen. So I gave it a shot. And I have made comics ever since, basically.
One of the things that I think is really cool about Dan's work is that Dan chronicled his career into becoming a full-time comic artist in his work. If you happen to read Beardo, there's a lot of time where he talks about having to be a barista and make comics at the same time. So I think it's really cool that you have that timeline for people. And now you're doing new ones. So what's that like? You know, you've chronicled your whole life in comics.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you said it that way. Like, it's meant to be, you know, not my whole life as far as like birth to death, but like what matters to me, right? You know, like as far as what's important. And so when I ended the strip, I don't know if people know this, but when they saw the last strip, wasn't obviously when I did the last strip. It was like almost a year prior to that I made the final strip, and I was gearing up to make the final book. and that was well before we had our second kid. It was before we were even pregnant with my son Elliot. So it was this bittersweet thing when I ended it. I didn't really think, honestly, I mean, and I said this before, and I'll say it again, I thought it would just be like a nice, like all my friends would think it was cool and, you know, give me a nice little shout out. And that would be the end of it, but then it sort of blew up. And I felt kind of bad in a way because my son was never in the comic, and he's definitely part of what I would consider to be my whole life, like you mentioned. So I needed some time to do other things, obviously, and I always kept saying I'm going to come back to Beardo when I can. And when the pandemic hit and everyone was saying, hey, look, let's look at the bright side. This is the time to do that thing you always wanted to do. My answer to that question was I always wanted to bring my son back in the strip. So that's what we're doing right now. Like he's in there. I'm peppering him in. I'm still figuring out his character because he's 2. So who he is still an evolving conversation.
He's a little bit Tasmanian Devil, a little bit.
Yeah. He's a wild child. Currently has like a Beatles mop top because he's not had a proper haircut since this whole thing started. We keep trimming the front and like a couple bits of the sides, and then he looks like he came right out of Liverpool, out of the cavern. But
look at Clippers, Dan. It'll be good.
Well, Meg does it, so you can blame her for it. but yeah, he's pretty wily, and he's got a big sister who loves him and also punishes him pretty badly. Like she acts like they're the same size, so it's kind of funny. And also, I have to watch them constantly so they don't, murder each other. But
she is the boss.
Yeah, she is the boss.
You took the new strips to Patreon.
Yeah.
Which is something that more and more creators are doing. Tell us about your Patreon experience.
Fantastic. I'll be honest, I wish I would have done it sooner. I wish I would have done it back in the day when I was making Beardo. It might have changed my decision about my retirement because it was tough. Comic strips are tough to, if you're talking about from a business standpoint, like to monetize. They're a very like niche kind of market inside of an already niche kind of market of comics, right? Like comics is such a tough thing to find a foothold in and find ways to make it a career and justify it as a more than just a cute thing you do. So I think back in the day when I was relying on the revenue that I generated from it, it was mostly from newspapers, which were shrinking, and from one hosting site that had got me a lot of great exposure. And I'm not saying that totally facetiously. I mean, like they really did give me some good exposure, but had no real revenue coming in. So it's tough for creators to feel validated, to feel like all that hard work put into it actually is something that you can see back in terms of dollars and cents. So Patreon has been awesome. I only just started it recently. I've currently 199 patrons, which is killing me because nobody's putting me over.
Now I got it.
I was gonna sign up, but now I'm gonna wait until somebody else does it just to continue the rib.
Because it's driving me nuts. Because it's only $2 to sign up. I mean, this is clearly become an advertisement for my Patreon right now, so I'm just gonna own it. But like, it's only $2.
It's only $2.
It's not like the $2 is gonna make or break me, but the number 199 is killing me. Like I'm just like, you're driving me nuts. But I think a lot of more people should do it. I feel like it's a great way to just build something from the ground up, because I do feel like I'm starting over with it. Like I know I have a fan base already and I've had people, but like I still do it every week. Like I have something to prove. So it's been good. And I've been consistent the whole time. I promised everyone I do 3 strips a week and then bonus content throughout the other days, and so far so good. It's easy to do when you're sitting at home.
So let me ask you another question that's been very interesting. You just recently with DJ Corchin had a book go absolutely insane in 1,000 No's.
Yeah. See the smile
Tell
on
us
my face?
about
Yep.
that project.
That is what we call our 16-year overnight success.
Right.
So,
one worked.
actually, well, I think I'm saying it wrong. It's our 14-year overnight night success because we met in 2006, and we've collectively, between the two of us, collaborated on 12 books. DJ's made 23 or 24 books total. So, I mean, he's definitely been doing this for a bit and been getting, having some good success from it from a self-published standpoint. But we got scooped up by Source Books. It's not to be confused with Source Point Press. Source Books picked us up last year, and they are rolling out these books in a way that I have never experienced before. I mean, it's really nice to see what happens when you have like these strong arms kind of going like, yeah, we have a connection with Barnes & Noble, we have a connection with Target, we have a connection with Walmart, obviously like, online sales like Amazon and Apple books and whatnot. So yeah, it's it's beyond me now. Like I could never promote this way, but the way that they're doing it, they had a 30-day exclusive for Barnes & Noble, which was a great intro, and then now we're officially launched as of last Tuesday, and already cracked a lot of like top 100 lists for kids books, which was really cool.
Fantastic. Well deserved.
Yeah, no, it's
It's
good.
a fantastic book. Anybody who hasn't picked it up should buy 2.
Yeah, you have 2,000 No's, because that's the book they led with was 1,000 No's, which is a book dealing with perseverance and rejection, which is I think something that I think we can all relate to. So and how that's not actually a bad thing. Like that rejection is just a stepping stone on the way to a stronger yes. That's the idea there. So it's been really cool. It's been really great seeing how well received it's been.
If you head over to cadetscon.com and click on Cadets Con links and scroll down, there are links to Beardo.com and Dan's Patreon, and in just about a second here, once I hit paste, there will be a link to where you can get 1,000 No's directly from the people who make it, so check those out, as well as all of Seth's links as well are there, including the place where you can buy both of their books together, sourcepointpress.com. Where you can pick up Floppy Cop, a book that features me.
Yeah.
Not that that's the selling point, but I'm going to go with it.
No, go ahead. If it works, man, I'm all for it.
Yeah, hey. Whatever gets those floppy copies of Floppy Cop out there. Yeah.
Let me ask you about this. You guys are longtime friends and collaborators now on Floppy Cop. What's it like collaborating with someone you've known as long as you've known Seth, and vice versa, Seth, as long as you've known Dan, making this book?
Seth, you want to go? Because I've been yammering for a while.
It's good. I was yammering the whole time before you got here.
Okay. I can yammer more.
No, it's good. It's good.
I mean, I'll answer.
I would say it makes it easier. It makes it more comfortable. And especially with the subject matter of Floppy Cop. Now, there's some touchy subjects with Floppy Cop with the current environment of the world that's going on right now, and we don't play in that, and we don't touch on that too much. We wanted to stay away from that because that's not what we're trying to do. We're not trying to change things or reinvent the world or reinvent a genre or anything like that. We're just trying to tell basically silly poop and body humor jokes. And it just happens to have a cop in it. It was just the timing of it all right there. But no, working with Dan, being friends with Dan helps working together, I think, that much easier or that much more comfortable. There really isn't anything that we don't talk about because we're friends and then because of the subject matter of the book that we're working on. So it's kind of like, okay, here, it's all on the table. This is what it is. May the best product come out of it. And that's the best thing that I've noticed in working with Dan, especially, is neither one of us want to have the front ego. Like Dan will always push me to the front, and then I'm busy pushing him to the front. So I think the result is we both just love talking about how great Milena and Jay are.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Well, we talk about Team Floppy Cop so much because it really is a team, you know, like it always has been from the get-go. And what's fun too is how fun it's been to like randomly include other people that we feel are on the same wavelength as us into that moniker, that title, Team Floppy Cop. But like, you know, at the core of it, like Seth said, you know, I think because we're friends and because we respect each other's work and really enjoy. I mean, like, there's just such an enjoyment that comes from this product. That
Pat, where's Pat?
Shut up, Pat.
Yeah, get back to your enamel pin collection, Pat.
Oh, it only hurt because it's true.
Yeah, guy was typing on his computer and he thought he had a typo, so he started licking his finger and wiping the screen. Yeah, like, you know, my goal when I'm writing is to make Seth laugh, and I think Seth's goal when he sends me pages back is to make me laugh, and I think that's what's so fun about it. Like, he sent me pages today, and I'm just sitting there like holding the script up next to it, just going, "Oh, that's perfect, that's great." You know, that's so much fun.
Kind of one up each other. Yeah, it is. It is all about having a good time. That is the core purpose of Floppy Cop. I mean, hopefully, obviously, we want everybody to read it and enjoy it as much as we do. But I mean, I want to keep making this book as long as I can. As long as I'm having fun, this book will always come out.
Likewise.
Yeah.
We already, you know, we've come up with so many random ideas from Floppy Cop that, like, I don't think we're lacking for that part of it. But I would not do this if it wasn't with people that I enjoyed working with and were fun to be around and I just respected. So it's like, it's just great. Like,
yeah.
It's really fun. Wait till you see what's happening next. I guess the one thing about Floppy Cop that kills me is that, like, you know, we don't have the immediate gratification right now of, like, I can post the Beardo script and then tomorrow it's up, right? You know, like, Seth and Milena and Jay and myself have all been like building this 5-issue story arc that probably won't see the light of day until the beginning of next year. But you know, and someone we mutually all know and has actually contributed to Floppy Cop cover at one point, Ryan Brown, said, like, it's a tough thing about comics when you're trying to be funny is that you'll tell a joke and you won't know if people laugh until 9 months later.
Right.
So we're really hoping
we have to laugh now. So we're telling
we're
the most ridiculous and the silliest and the dumbest jokes now so that we can at least enjoy it.
Yeah.
And then we get to double dip because in 9 months when it does come out, if it's funny, we get to laugh about it again. And it's like, oh, I did that? I don't even remember.
Yeah. You know, the best part is, like, at a long enough timeline, if you somewhat forget what you wrote or drew and you come back to it and you laugh and you're like, oh yeah, that was pretty funny.
That's funny.
That's the best. That's when you know you did something right. If you laugh like a year later. Yeah.
All right, I have a remotely serious question for you guys.
Oh, boy.
And for everyone else, it's an off-the-wall question, but for you two in particular, it's a very serious question. Tell us about your go-to I'm working on a comic playlist.
Ooh. Okay. I have a couple. Depends on what I'm doing.
I mean, usually I'm not listening to music when I'm drawing. I got like Netflix or Prime TV or something on in the background. And it's usually sci-fi, something I can just sit and listen to, and then look up every once in a while and get like that old creative juices flowing because I'm a huge sci-fi nut. So yeah, I'm gonna bow out of that one because I don't listen to music when I'm drawing. That's usually when I'm driving. I'll listen to music and podcasts when I'm driving all the time, and that's what I do for my day job is drive. So. That's something different entirely. So yeah, we'll let Dan handle the playlist.
It depends on what I'm doing. So if I'm writing, I can't listen or be involved with anything that has words in it. Like, I can't listen to music that has any words in it, any lyrics, anything. So currently it is the soundtracks to a couple movies. It's the Phantom Thread movie, which has a soundtrack by Johnny Greenwood from Radiohead.
Ooh.
It's a really good one. It's really intense though, so you only put that one on if you're like, oh man, I want to like get in a headspace.
Really?
Oh, it's really good. It's really good soundtrack. Johnny Greenwood made a couple of really solid soundtracks for that director, Paul Thomas Anderson. And so I listened to that one. I've listened to the There Will Be Blood soundtrack sometimes. If I'm in that kind of headspace, like if I'm writing Touching Evil, that's what I would put on. If I was writing Floppy Cop, I'd actually listen to old jazz.
Nice.
Yeah, I listened to like the Miles Davis albums, like his biggest albums.
Yeah. Oh, that's perfect.
Because they're also familiar to me. Because my I had a roommate who used to play them all the time. So like, there's nothing new in them for me to find, but they're like comfort food. And if I'm drawing, then it doesn't matter. But typically, if I'm drawing, I'll put on a TV show that I like, and that's my number one TV show has always been The Sopranos. So I think I've watched The Sopranos like 100 times through.
See, I can't do that. Can't do that.
Only if I'm drawing and I've already figured out the pencils. If I got the pencils down and I'm in like the home stretch yet. But
no, I mean, I can't like repeat watching a show. I've tried it. Like Nick does it all the time. Like she's got like 4 or 5 shows. Like that's just a constant loop. I can't. My brain doesn't allow it. I'm like, I've seen this one. Click next.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, it's only shows that I feel like I can find something new in it every time. Like I couldn't watch this show over and over again. Like if it was like I don't know, like it's my children banging on the window.
You gotta feed them, Dan.
No, I refuse. By the way, Jen, hi. I have not talked to you with one iota this entire time. Not in the least.
Hi.
Hi. How are you?
Doing good. It's fun time to be a retailer.
Yeah, right on. Did I hear? Did you pick up Jamie Premack's stuff recently? Was that a recent acquisition, or am I wrong?
It's right there next to you on the rack, isn't it?
Well, I'm seeing it on my phone, so it's harder to see.
So,
Jen?
are you talking about Silverbacks?
Like Binary
No.
Star? Did you?
Binary Star.
Oh, Binary Star. Oh, yeah, I got you. Where is it? Dang.
Yeah, that's
There
what
it
you
is.
want.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, it's a great comic.
So
That's so cool.
So I'm a store owner. You guys are comic creators.
Yeah.
Look,
and
series that you read, I don't know about yet, that you think I should be carrying. So just like someone in your friends group that writes a really awesome thing or creates an awesome thing that I need to have on the rack.
I got one if it hasn't been said already. If you don't have it, Dead Legends by James Maddox and Gavin Smith. You got that one?
Yeah.
Got it?
Oh, okay.
That's a good one.
Well, you're
It's going to be
doing
hard to get me on this
already.
one because I do indie heavy.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you gotta have Kaylin. I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. Pick up For Goodness Sake and Plume. Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Hold on. Let me. Seth, you go ahead. If you have something.
I don't know. I don't read comic books. I don't even like comic books. I buy it for the art. I don't even know what the stories are. If the art's garbage, I don't even buy it.
Curse words.
Curse words. Didn't he
Ryan
just
Brown.
Curse Words tour to my store.
They came to the store. That's awesome.
What is it? May?
May. Yeah. How about that one?
May by Gene
Gene
Ha.
Ha's book? Yeah.
That's a good one.
Spell it?
M-A?
There's a
M-E?
first issue. It's M-A-E.
M-A-E.
It was. I think.
Series that started at Dark Horse and then moved.
Yeah. It was. I think it was Dark Horse, and then it's Iron Forge, or was it?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
I love that series.
That's a great one. What about another student from Jamie's class who's now a graduate and is making comics? Andrew Tam. He did a comic called Tales from the FM about a rock and roll star brought back to life to figure out how he died.
Write it down.
We found one.
Yeah,
There's
I got
one. Ah, well done.
Yeah, we did it.
It's so good.
It's a really great comic, and I know he's working
all
on
over
another
it.
issue right now. Yeah.
So
that's-
we're kind of up against our time, and we don't want to make Kaylin mad, or it could start some kind of coffee-based feud that we just got over.
Banana
Like-
Jameson. Ask her about Banana Jameson.
Yeah.
Oh no. Okay.
I want to know if I can get bangs that are much like hers. If I can,
you gotta cut that fringe, Dan.
I got to get this.
This is pretty good.
Fringe out. I want to know her secrets to that because mine is a mess.
So, guys, give us your links, your socials, your websites, all that kind of stuff, so people know where to find you. Dan, do you have a commission list open right now?
That you know what, I will very soon. I want to make sure I wrap up a few, but yeah, if people want to message me, I can, and they have a timeline that's not immediate, I can do it. Yes.
Cool. Just so give us the links.
My website is beardocomics.com, and you can message me there. You can look at my shop there. You can even the homepage has a link to my Patreon, so that one will get you pretty far. The Patreon is patreon.com/beardocomics, and that Beardo Comics handle is good for my Twitter and my Instagram.
Seth?
Facebook is just my name, Seth Damoose. Instagram, Seth Damoose. Twitter, Damoose Seth. Hit me up there. Send me a message. Art of Damn Inc. on Facebook is another spot. Hit me up there. Commission list is open. I've got copies of the Floppy Cop trade and Savant's trade, and we'll do remarks in it and ship it right to your house. So,
All right.
send me a message. There's stuff.
Thank you, fellas, for being here. It's been a lot of fun. It's been good to catch up. We are going to be back in just about a minute on Cadets Con 2020 with Lynn Smith. Stay tuned.
Beautiful. Thank you, guys.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, guys. Good seeing you.
Welcome back to Cadets Con Online Live 2020, some combination of those words. We are here. Once again, I am Kyle. I am your host, as I have been all weekend. Right there is Miss Jen King. She is the boss of Space Cadets and Cadets Con. Amanda is right there. She is the boss, or at least she thinks so, of me. And right here is Lynn Smith, who is one of the most wonderful creators we've ever met. What's up?
Hello, how you doing?
Very good. How are you?
Good.
Good. So, first of all, Dan needs bang information. If you could just send him how to style his hair, that would be great.
Yeah, he's well on his way. I mean, they look great, so...
In case you guys haven't noticed from like the online, like if you're watching us, we all hang out together kind of a lot when we're allowed to see each other. So the inside jokes are strong. So
and it's been so long.
Right, it
so
has
we're
been.
just all going through withdrawal.
It's been like over a year since we've seen Kaylin.
It's been so hard. I didn't realize I would miss conventions this much.
Right?
But I do. I really do.
It's true. So, Kaylin, we've had this conversation many, many times, but for the people out there watching, how did you come to become a comic book person?
Stumbled into it. It was... So I went to school for animation. I thought I'd be an animator. So I started this story online to keep myself drawing every day, and I knew that if I had an audience to keep me accountable, I would keep drawing. And so I started Plume, a webcomic, and it just took off, and suddenly I fell in love with the world of comics in general. So yeah, I just kind of stumbled into it. It was a little hobby on the side, and then it became a career, and I absolutely love it.
I could still remember being at Baltimore and talking to Dirk, and he's like, full stop, we're going to stop talking, and you have to go right here and buy Kaylin's book. I was like, as you say.
How many years was that ago? That was
so many.
That was a while ago.
5 or something.
Yeah, that's crazy long.
I did not regret that purchase at all.
Oh, good.
No, everything pointing to the cool stuff.
So, Plume kind of got your foot in the door, and you have a new book. I want to get it off right at the top. You're kickstarting the second volume of your new written and drawn and everything by you book, For Goodness Sakes. Tell us about For Goodness Sakes. Tell us about Volume 1 and Volume 2.
Yeah, so my new series is For Goodness Sake, drawing and writing it just like Plume. But instead of Plume, Plume was directly online. I went the route to print for this guy. So self-published, all on my own, terrifying, palm sweaty, all that. But so yeah, it is about two unlikely people coming together, traveling the U.S. Thatcher is the main guy. He finds himself cursed. Every time he does something bad, he goes all demonic and like red and horns. Every time he does something good, he reverts back to being human. And Rain is his counterpart, and she's a green-haired hippie. So you can imagine that dynamic between the two. But they travel around the U.S. and discover the world and discover more about their past. And, mystery ensues, I guess. Adventure ensues.
Go ahead. Or is it with a company?
I'm sorry?
Was that one self-published or through a company?
Self-published.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
She's writing it down because you'll get a message here in a little bit where she orders it from you.
Okay.
I was going to use the links on cadetscon.com page.
It's true.
I do.
They will be up very shortly as soon as I can code it. I'm typing as fast as I can.
There is a retailer link on the Kickstarter as well. So
about it.
So tell us about Kickstarter. You've been kind of a Kickstarter juggernaut. Plume was a huge Kickstarter, and then For Goodness Sakes was massive, the first volume, and now the second volume is doing incredibly well as well.
Yeah, and it was all by surprise. I honestly, it's so funny to me when I hit that launch button and I watch the numbers tick up. I have a severe case of imposter syndrome, where I'm like, it's gonna fail, and I'm gonna fail, and I don't know. There's just this thing that just happens. I don't even know, but it's very stressful. But anyway, yeah, Plume. So I launched the first issue for Plume on Kickstarter, and that was when it clicked that comics could be a career, because the first issue was a successful campaign. And I just went that route the entire series, along with Devil's Due. They published Plume for me. And then, I just continued on with For Goodness Sake. Obviously, with hope. I see hope in the background of Jen's screen. Kickstarter has treated me so well. It's been such a great platform to launch these projects.
I don't want to toot your own horn for you.
Oh, please.
But you've got 24 days left to go, and you're 256% funded.
Yeah.
Like, let's be real. You're gonna run out of stretch goals at some point, I'm sure.
I'm racking my brain for more. I need to give everyone everything. It's been incredible. I can't even wrap my brain around it.
So, one of the things that makes you a powerhouse, in my opinion, is that you write and draw, and it all comes from one place. Talk about, I've asked so many people about their process today, but talk about your process. What comes first, the vision of what the story should look like, or the story itself?
That's a very good question. The egg or the chicken? I guess the characters kind of come to me. I mean, playing with the characters a little bit and their design, and then I'm like thinking, okay, what adventure can I plop them into? I'm very character driven. I love to create, all these different characters, and obviously the contrasting personalities. They're just like I love that. So yeah, I guess characters first. So their design a little bit. So I guess art first comes a little bit before the writing, but like very little art. So it's, a tiny step forward, and then the writing starts, the real chunk.
Now you have a very distinct art style. Who were your influences?
Well, I grew up on Disney, so that was my main thing, was to become a Disney animator, and that dream died. Rightfully so. I mean, I would not want to be, nothing wrong with Disney or anything, but I would not be a number. I don't want to be a number in a studio. But yes, I definitely think there's a lot of Disney influence there. I always say Miyazaki has a huge influence on me, just the way that, he creates a story through art. And yeah, there's some, for Plume, certainly, a lot of Avatar: The Last Airbender influence there. Oh, there he is. Little show and tell. I like that. But yeah, I guess someone put it perfectly at a show. They said it's gritty Disney, so I'm going to go with that.
Gritty Disney. I like that descriptor.
Yep.
Amanda and Jen, do you have any questions for Kaylin Smith?
So I know this is like a collaborative thing with you and Dirk, but I have to say, I have not been so emotional in a comic book in a really, really long time. Like, you're being really angry or terrified, scared, sad. It's like hope is specifically not a comic book. Like, it has a superhero in it. It's not a superhero book at all. It is really gritty on the emotional range. It's like, I don't know. It's so unique. Did you guys work together to figure out what the through line was, or is it?
Yeah. So the way that works is I'm a co-creator, so we sit down and we do bullet points of the story. The first issue was mostly Dirk in the writing, but beyond that, I had a hand in the story as well. So yeah, we would just hash out what we want it to hash out what we want to happen, and then he would take the script and go from there.
I do love the clean art style. It's so nice.
Oh, thank you.
It almost feels like every panel can just be framed up.
Oh, thank you. Thanks so much.
I don't have it. It's hanging in my room. I have a piece of Kaylin Smith art that's one of the few pieces I have hanging in my room.
Oh.
I don't hang a lot of my art because I've got so much of it, and two, like, it's for the studio and the store and all that kind of stuff. But for goodness sake, Volume 1, I got a sketch, and she drew me a very dapper Howard the Duck that really does describe the gritty Disney, but also the very clean look. But one of the things I want to ask you about is you do a lot of work on sort of a brown or an off-color paper. You don't work a lot on white paper.
For some reason, I love, well, for one, the white highlights, like, just add to the piece. I love just playing with white on top of the tan or gray paper. White paper, I panic. For some reason, that whole white background, I just panic. I have definitely preferred that tan. Yeah.
Well, I was going to ask, where did that come from? But also, you do the whites you use and the colors you use really pop off of that paper. So, but oftentimes those are more pastel colors.
Yeah. I actually, when I went to one of my first shows, one of the fellow artists, Mandy Robertson, she was using the tan paper. And so we were playing with that after it. And I was like, okay, yep, I'm going to go this route. It was so much fun. So shout out to Mandy. Yeah.
One of the other things that you do, and I only am bringing it up right now because Amanda has a special guest on the stream right now.
I do.
Is you do a lot of work on people's pets.
Oh yeah.
You and Allie Cantarella does that as well, and they're next level in terms of immortalizing your pets. What is that like when somebody's like, "Can you draw a picture of my whatever?" And what's the weirdest pet you've ever been asked to draw?
It was Mavis.
well-
Mavis was the weirdest pet. This little goblin.
Yeah, a close second, I would say. There was a tarantula in there that I had to draw.
Oh, that's right.
I'm like, that's a really weird puppy. But yeah, I mean, I'm loving it. I love it. I get to get paid to draw pets. I mean, come on. I can't complain about that. But yeah, real quick on Allie's work. I love her style. Like, it's just such a unique look. She's killing it in that. She really is. But
I found my Howard.
there he is.
So no, that's just another example of kind of the gritty Disney style that you do. We've already kind of touched on so much of your work, but going back when you first started doing Plume as a webcomic, what were some of the challenges to that you faced that you didn't expect, and how are those different from some of the challenges you face now creating more traditional work?
Yeah, it was definitely keeping a schedule for Plume. I thought was probably the hardest thing in the beginning. Obviously, I had a full-time job. I had an office job, and it was, full-time. So struggling with just starting and then trying to figure it out. I had no idea what I was doing. And then, obviously getting home and you're exhausted, and then you're like, well, I don't want to upset the readers online. So yeah, it was basically just keeping up that schedule was the toughest thing. And it's definitely gotten easier as time goes on, especially, making the pages, making the art is a lot faster because I'm more experienced, and the compositions come a lot easier. I am still second guessing everything I do, but not as much as I was in the beginning. So
you have the second volume of For Goodness Sake online on Kickstarter right now. Do you have something that's coming up next that you can tell us about?
Currently working with Loot, or Scout Comics, called Loot. Don Hanfield is the writer on that. So issue 2 is, I don't think I have a date for that. However, Loot, yes, is coming issue to issue through Scout Comics. So that's what I'm currently working on.
You talk about unknown synergy. We had Scout on earlier.
Oh, really?
That's great. That was one, and now I feel like a schmo because I didn't know you were doing it. So
yeah, I mean, there's not a whole lot. I think they're trying to get a backlog before they really push it. So I don't know if they're pushing it too much quite yet.
So, and guys, just jump in if you have anything that you want to ask. I'm just going to keep plugging along. A lot of your work, Plume and For Goodness Sakes, they have the very, very high-level fantasy. What are your fantasy influences?
Oh, This is a weird question. What's your fantasy?
No, like your influences in the fantasy genre. I mean, Brian Rodman's here. Just
hey. Fantasy. I don't know. I'm trying to go through my list of loves, and now I'm blanking on anything fantasy.
Okay, we'll move on.
Stump me. Yeah,
We'll move
I'll
on.
think of it. I will.
If there was one property in all of pop culture you could take and make your own, what would it be?
Okay, so you asked someone earlier, and I was like, all right, I think he's going to ask me this. So I wanted to do a continuation for Kim Possible. College
Nice.
years.
I think I knew that answer, which is why I asked you, because I've heard you say that before.
I would love that.
The
That's my
sneer
answer.
shirt that you might try. I have this
It's
sneer as a pin.
Oh, nice.
mm-hmm.
Nice.
Yeah, I think I
It
have
was
the
on my
pin
work
as
phone
well.
before,
I should just like sit here like this, like
the whole
Yeah,
time.
people recognize it. Yeah,
yeah. I'll just answer questions like this. Yeah,
your face would
That
start to hurt
great.
eventually.
it is. It's already tightening up. Like, yeah.
Yeah. No. I'm trying to ask you questions I've not asked you before, which is the hard thing because we talk so much and we've been on so many shows together and that kind of stuff. So I guess we go back to give people the elevator pitch for Plume.
So Plume is a Western adventure. It is a fantasy Western. So it's about Vesper Grey and her supernatural companion Cork. So he's kind of like a guardian angel to her. And she's on this quest for revenge to the Wild West, and he's there to protect her along the way. And again, they're the contradicting personalities, so they're always at odds. And, adventure ensues.
And we talked about Hope a little bit, but Hope is give people the story behind Hope.
So it is a superhero who is also a mom. Her secret is finally found out, and so it's her trying to fight a. Thanks, Seth. She's trying to fight a villain that she can't punch. So it's her struggling to recover a family that's taken from her.
So, guys, if you head over to cadetscon.com and click on the Cadets Con links and scroll down, you can find links to Lynn Smith's Instagram, her website, the For Goodness Sake Kickstarter, and places where you can grab Hope on from SourcePoint Press. I will also have links up for the other books as well, which you can get through her website. So,
Caleb, there's we're missing a bunch of cons this year. Which one did you feel the most in your heart? Like you were really sad about it not happening?
Well, luckily we got C2E2 in the beginning of the year. That one's always one of my favorites. I missed Planet Comic-Con, Emerald City, and New York Comic-Con is out too, isn't it? I don't know if it's.
I don't know if
it hasn't been decided yet or anything, but I definitely missed the Emerald City and the Planet Comic-Con. That was it was so tough. It's been hard. I mean, not only the revenue, obviously, but seeing everybody, getting an update on projects, and just being able to rub elbows with everyone has been hard. So hopefully next year things will start to look up. Otherwise, we've got this wonderful online stuff that you guys are doing. So really appreciate that. It's been filling the void.
Yeah, I think this is as close as I can get to what C2E2 does masterfully, which I tried to describe. Someone who had never been there before, I'm like, how you have aisle numbers? Imagine them E through U or V with 30 people on a row, and that's C2E2. It's crazy. Those are just the creators. That's not the booths with that have socks or whatever. That's creator booth.
Same with Emerald City, but being all the creators are on just one level, and then the rest are all downstairs. So it's absolutely crazy. Oh yeah, I need to discuss Banana Jameson.
You don't. The thought of it makes me absolutely sick to my stomach. Jameson should be Jameson, and it should not be flavored bananas.
I agree with that to a certain extent. And when Seth told me about diffusing or fermenting, what's the word, bananas in Jameson, I was like, okay, I'm gonna try it, and I did, and it's actually really good. It's really good.
So, the line I give when I'm trying to explain C2E2 or really any big Comic-Con to people is the Moscow Circus, which is a thing that unless you've seen it, and there are videos on YouTube, this is pre-Cold War circus in Moscow, where you have no idea what's going on. Like it's like they had no plan and no program. It's just, bears on unicycles and clowns, and they're just kind of running all over the place, and you're never quite sure what you're supposed to be looking at.
Sign me up.
Yeah, but that's what cons are like, man.
It really is. It is.
You're walking around and you bump into a guy, and it's Optimus Prime, and there's nothing you can do.
Like sitting at your table, as an artist, your head's always down, writing, or drawing, and then you look up and you have no idea what you're going to see in front of your table at any given moment. So that's what I miss too.
Right. And about a third of the time, it's a character you don't know who it is, and you've got to pretend like you know.
Yeah, you got to make conversation with that character. You just sure, nice cape.
It's either that or it's one of us. It's me or Kyle just having to bother you.
Do you need a pretzel?
Yeah, Amanda always just comes up to the table and just stands there until I notice her. Like she's all just like, "Do you need anything?"
I saddle up to the side of it too. Like, I try to keep your art and stuff on display.
Yep.
Because I'm like, look
slowly
at
lean in.
Other people are talking. We're just like, "We'll be here. Do you need a pretzel?" And then it's like, "No," and I'm like, "Okay, well, I'm going for pretzels."
God bless you for it.
Well, so, if you had conventions this year, obviously it probably would have you would have been able to push this new Kickstarter and things so much further. But with not having them, how have you changed the way you approach your production schedule?
Ball to the wall. Just do it. Try to get it done as fast as possible in this year, because I know next year will be hit the ground running with some new material. So I would look at it as a kind of a silver lining where, in a way, it made me slow down and assess, but it also was like, okay, you need to get stuff done. So yeah, pushing online sales, but yeah, just grinding and getting prepared for hopefully the next year of Comic-Cons.
There's a guy who's saying you stand easels at cons, that he usually gets lost in the art and will be surprised when someone shows up.
Yes.
But the problem is, then you don't get to sit down, and it's like if you stand up all day, then by the time you do get to the party afterwards, you're like, all right, I don't have time for any of you.
Yeah. Let me sit, please.
Right. Yes. So,
this is your second day of full interviews. Yeah.
It is, and the brain is just spinning.
How are you, Kyle? Can I interview you?
You can interview me, but I think
until 1 o'clock last night.
Yeah, we were playing games until 1 a.m.
What games?
Nerd Killer Warfare.
Oh. Okay.
Which is Miss Jen's game show.
Oh, okay.
But you've played, and you don't know you've played. It's the Who Would Win game, but she takes it to another level by giving you the most random pairings of things. So what was the one that I was really proud of? Oh, I was Agent Smith from The Matrix with the exploding SIM card from the Kingsman.
Oh my God.
Versus one of the Lannisters, Cersei Lannister with the Infinity Gauntlet.
Wow.
And I had to argue that, you can't destroy that which doesn't exist and the Matrix isn't real.
Okay. It's a good point.
Right, it's just one of those things is that whole brain just goes blank after a minute.
Yeah.
So,
pretty sure we had to call that one a tie, because that was a
we did.
Right.
Yeah, between the two of you, it was very, it was close. You both went deep on it.
Yeah, at one point I'm arguing of somebody driving the speed buggy. I don't remember who it was. Oh, Happy Hogan driving the speed buggy from Hanna-Barbera versus James Bond driving the Mach 5 from Speed Racer.
Nice.
You pulled out the drunk card.
Right, I pulled out the, James Bond is always drinking watered down martinis, so he's low-key buzzed. I don't know that he'd be a very good driver.
That's a good point. Don't drink and drive.
It's not right. It's not a bad strategy.
Yeah. Yeah,
Oh.
that's fantastic. Till 1 a.m., huh?
Yep.
Oh,
I fell asleep. That's what should tell you what ended up happening there. So
Well, and that's one of the things that we always talk about when we get together is that, and we haven't been able to do it because COVID has been killing me, is we owe you a D&D campaign.
yes, please. Oh my God,
I think we just have to break down and do it over Zoom. And if we're going to do it over Zoom, we need to do the 12-week campaign.
Yeah. Could we live stream it? Would that be something fun to do? Like people to watch?
People watch.
Amanda's committing me to like 300 hours of work.
Yeah.
Kyle's looking more and more tired.
You
Huh?
I told him his co-creator in this game is living in town again. He can help you with that 300 hours of work. So it's only 150 hours of work.
No, I'm gonna make him do it. He's unemployed. No, do you enjoy games? Do you enjoy playing games? What games do you and your lovely partner play?
So we play
hanging out.
Catan a lot. So we've got like every expansion of Catan. We played the Raccoon Tycoon here a couple times. Every time he wins. Every time. And it drives me crazy. My temper goes through the roof with that game, but I still play it. I don't know why, but yeah. So he's, my husband's super good at everything with these games, so it's impossible. But I drew Mike Travis's D&D character. But yeah, we have, we played the pandemic game, and this was before it got real. And we're like, before the real pandemic.
Right.
Yeah, so we were like, we're going to set this one aside for a while. It's too real.
We did it. Me and Kyle played in the middle of the stay-at-home order.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, no, we totally played it, and we lost pretty bad.
Yeah,
we did.
So we're all to blame.
Kind of hoping that that our playthrough of Pandemic is not representative of reality at any point.
Yeah.
But so if you could, this is a fun question.
Okay.
Uh-oh.
You're designing a new character for a D&D campaign or an RPG campaign. What attributes are you assigning to your character, and then how would your character look?
So I know that there's tests out there to a personality test to figure out what you would be in that world. So I'd love to take one of those just to see what they would give me. However, oh God, that's a good question. A lot of charm.
Huh?
A lot of charm.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So you're a rogue?
Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna say, give me some options because I don't know the world enough.
I could totally see you playing some sort of swashbuckling rogue type, a scout type character, that's totally relying on their ability to talk their way out of things because they don't want to stab people, but they can.
Perfect.
I don't know.
That's what I want.
I feel like she needs to have a little wisdom in there. Like she's smarter than she lets on.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Maybe the part of that whole charm thing is that she's got these, in her back pocket. She's got all these little dirty secrets, or she's got just this information.
I want it smart and snarky. Smart and
really
snarky.
high stealth.
That sounds perfect.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
Really high stealth.
Perfect.
Yeah.
But because Kaylin is also, guys, the master of sneaking out of the after party with no one noticing. When we're at conventions, she just disappears, and you're like, where did?
It's through the
gone for
ceiling
like a half
tile.
hour.
It goes straight into the ceiling tile, and I'm out. Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah.
It's true.
Corinne Roberts has me beat on that.
Corinne is good.
Rolls.
We had to teach the skills to Milena.
We did.
Especially
if you're around our group of friends. So if you're around, Seth and all of them,
Mhm.
you really got to be sneaky.
Mm-hmm.
It's the Michigan goodbye. I don't know if it's a Midwest goodbye or the Michigan goodbye, where it's just like it takes 20 minutes to say goodbye to people. So
20 minutes, 2 hours.
Okay, 2 hours. you learn,
This is the best, yeah.
self-preservation at that point, where you just have to go through the ceiling and out the vents. So
I've already said goodbye to you twice. I'm now just going to disappear.
yes, exactly.
So, what I've been asking everybody this today, just because it's on my brain. What is your go-to I'm working playlist? What are you listening to?
I got to go with what Dan and Seth were saying. So when Dan's writing, he's not listening to lyrics. So that's when I'm writing, I can't have any lyrics at all. It has to be like some kind of white noise or just a movie soundtrack. Or if anything, just complete silence. But when I'm drawing, I'm Seth, where I'm watching something. It's on Netflix or it's something on YouTube, like a game playthrough or something. So some kind of noise in the background. But yeah, not a lot of music too much. I have been listening to Hamilton on repeat when I'm drawing as well.
Never a bad choice.
Never a bad choice, no. But yeah, so it's either Netflix or something that's in the background just buzzing at me.
I have a friend who gave me Hamilton as a digital gift. I've never seen Hamilton, so I don't know anything. I don't know how it's supposed to go, but I always have it on my shuffle. So I've probably never, ever even heard Hamilton in order. So I just guess. It's always fun.
Man.
Jen, it's a great way to spend 3 hours on a Sunday afternoon.
Yeah.
On Disney Plus.
Oh, it's
It is
beautiful.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's great.
Well, so we were talking about it earlier. I was that close to playing a certain British monarch in a certain Broadway musical in the touring company that went around Canada. So.
Oh.
That close.
He played it too crazy.
I was too crazy, yes. But no. So, what about this? I was talking to a writer last night who was working while they were watching us, and they confided in me that they ate a 2-pound drum of cheese puffs. Because they have that's their go-to snack when they're writing. Do you have a go-to snack?
No, I see. I have a Cintiq in front of me, so I'm afraid to get anything on it. So I will do snack breaks, and it's right now it's Taki, like the spicy chips. Like I will just devour those, and then coffee, loads of coffee.
Always coffee.
Always coffee.
I will cop to. I am butter pretzels.
Oh, nice.
That's my.
That is
I'm doing a weekend of live streaming snack. That's my.
Nice.
I wish I had a snack. I've been milking the same McDonald's coffee for 2 days now.
Oh, yeah.
Jen, go for lunch.
I don't want to miss anything. I'm the biggest fan of this as I am a doing of it.
It's fair. I yesterday, to get me through with the lack of sleep,
Jen.
was
Ooh, yeah.
those guys. But, all right. So Twizzlers family pack for Mike. Dude, you ain't lying. That thing was like a brick, so at some point I just started cutting it with scissors because it had all melted together.
Am I the only person that likes black licorice?
I'm sorry?
Am I the only person that likes black licorice in the whole world?
No, I love black licorice. You just can't find it at the grocery stores.
Oh, no.
Yeah,
I love it.
you,
And black jelly beans.
Mm-hmm. I'll
They
fight
can
for
have
those.
my share.
No.
Have them
Well,
all.
you know why I think it is? I think the part of me that thinks I don't deserve the good jelly beans likes the black jelly beans. But also, it's because, when you've got a lot of kids around, all the other colors are gone. You're just like, you get the bowl, and it's like, there are the white ones, the yellow ones, and the black ones.
Wow.
Pretty much it.
That is the poverty bean, okay?
I don't know about that. It's the bean for, you know what? It is the punk rock bean. You gotta have a pretty strong constitution
we'll
if you're
go
like,
with
I'm
that.
in.
Okay.
You know.
Black jelly beans are also awesome because you get to have a black tongue. Walk around all day.
Is that a positive?
Yeah. You turn into Gene Simmons, like, you know.
Yep.
We're so far off the rails now.
I love
I'm
it.
so punchy.
I love it.
I'm so punchy right now.
Yeah, but this
You ever
is
had
fun.
black licorice from the Netherlands? It's salty. It's awesome.
Salty?
Yeah, it's salty.
Yeah,
It's salty.
Swedish and Netherlands licorice is weird.
Really? I'll try it. I'm down for anything, really, but I don't know. Salty.
I always found it funny that the people I know from Sweden hate Swedish fish, and I thought that's where they came from.
Oh.
Turns out, no.
Why are they called Swedish fish?
I have no idea. But so we're so far off the rails. Let me point everything back to cadetscon.com. Click on the Cadets Con link. Scroll down. You can find Lynn Smith's Instagram, website, the Kickstarter for goodness sake, and links for all of her other books on there. What is your collaboration process? You work by yourself a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But you've also, I know you've done covers for other people and that kind of thing. So what's that like when somebody approaches you about doing something for a project that you really have nothing to do with?
It's definitely an interesting thing. Obviously coming from Plume was my first project, so doing everything on my own there, and then the first collab was always like, it was kind of a shock. But for the most part, I don't know if I had anybody that was like extremely like, okay, this is the script, you got to stick to it. This is A to B to C. Like I don't think that there's ever been anyone that I've collaborated with where they were like, it has to be my way or no way. So I've lucked out in that aspect where they allowed me to have some creative freedoms, some liberties there. With Hope, obviously, me being on the front line of the co-creation of it, and then with Dirk too and his script, it's always been, I trust you. This is what I want to happen here, but I trust you. Do your thing. I'm trying to think of a project where, I guess, so I did Pat Shan's Afterglow, and so he just handed off a script, and again, I mean, the panel to panel, it wasn't terribly descriptive. He let me play, but I think there was a little more a rein in there because he had the vision of the world. So yeah, it's an interesting thing to like bring to life someone else's vision. I enjoy it quite a bit, but it's a different little switch in my brain that I have to flip when I'm working with somebody else.
Amanda, Jen, do you have any questions?
So, for Hope, do you see anything prequel, postquel for that universe?
Oh, certainly, yeah. I know Dirk is working on the next volume here. He's shot over some ideas to me. Going forward, I don't know if I'll be part of the artwork, but I will definitely be part of the behind the scenes of the story wise. But yes, I mean, it's so far out right now that, it's early stages. I know there is going to be more, just in what capacity, I don't know quite yet. So
We have a lot of fans of that series. They'll be very glad to hear that.
yes.
I was having a conversation with Dirk about it. What was it, yesterday or the day before? And I go, is volume 2 called Nope? Because I read the first volume and I'm not sure how you can get a second volume.
Just steal that. Hope and Nope.
Yeah. Hey.
I like it.
And he goes, you know what? I'm now taking away ice cream from you. Like that was his response was, I'm now going to withhold ice cream from you.
Just
All
dang
right.
it.
Well, I earned it. So, Amanda, you haven't asked any questions.
Yeah.
No.
Oh, pressure.
But I was just saying that. I thought it's hard. Like I'm having the same kind of struggle that you're having. It's what do I ask, Kaylin, that I haven't already asked her when we've done these? Because I think you've been on both of our previous.
Yes. Yeah. I know. I feel
What?
like I love these interviews because, obviously the questions are, roughly the same. I always feel like I'm a broken record where I'm just like, and my stories get shorter and shorter because I'm like, people have heard this. I'm going to just shorten it down. So I'm sorry that my answers are really short too. But I have a question for you, Amanda.
Is that a baby Yoda over your shoulder?
It is.
Okay. Oh, so cute.
Because I'm in the process of moving, what was usually my backdrop of all of the books that my friends make
Yeah.
has been packed up. He
Okay.
hasn't been packed up yet, and I can't pack up the canvas. So
Oh, yeah.
those became the backdrop.
Adorable.
To have a little something.
He's like your little guardian angel.
That's right.
Her cat hates it.
Yeah.
Mavis is terrified of the thing.
Well, and
Really?
Mavis is here. I have the painting of
Oh,
Mavis there.
Yes.
It's a Rob Hogan original right there.
That
There's
is
Rob Hogan
great.
original with-
I was gonna ask,
so
that's
there
Rob.
from the cat.
Yeah, that is fantastic.
Ugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She
No,
was a
apparently if-
co-collaborator on the Labyrinth, so
Right.
She's the one who came up with, the dark, deep holes, I think.
Yeah, I can see
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
You can see the evil in her eyes.
Oh yeah. Just-
So, something a little bit personal, but I wanted to congratulate you. I didn't get a chance to do it. A happy anniversary!
Why? Thank you.
You just celebrated your anniversary. Happy
Yeah.
anniversary!
First anniversary in quarantine. We got to, stare at our walls. It's great.
Do nothing. Right?
Well, you have to have
Hey.
quite the adventure to go get married, so
It's
it's
true.
fair to come
Yes,
back and be a little more
we'll take
located.
it. Yes, we'll take it. Yeah, we're actually going to go. We're leaving tomorrow to go kayaking. So that'll be our
Fun.
anniversary trip where we're social distancing. So we get out on the river. So
It's easy to stay away from people on the river.
yes,
Kayaking terrifies me
Why?
because I'm my size. I'm not sure they build kayaks for people like me.
years ago, Jared and I did a kayak for 2 people, and we have never fought like that before. We were screaming at each other, there's just pure panic because we were rowing against each other, and we were about to tip the whole time. If you want to maintain a relationship, don't just get your own kayak. Just get your own kayak.
Separate kayak.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll get a kayak with an Evan Root on the back. I don't know. Just, but no. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
So looking forward to next year, obviously you'll have, For Goodness Sake, Volume 2 out. You'll have the book at Scout Comics. Do you have cons booked out for next year? Assuming we're allowed to have them, are you booked in for some things?
Yeah. Obviously, with the ones that have been rescheduled, with Cherry Capital, I'm on board. Planet Comic-Con, I'm on board. Emerald City, they canceled twice. I don't know if I have to re-sign up for that. I have to look into it, but I'm hopefully on board with that one.
Somebody yell at Gabe. Gabe.
Yay!
Mike Negan. Somebody answer my questions.
Yeah, so C2E2, definitely, I'll never miss that show. Emerald City, New York Comic-Con. Those are the biggies. So yeah, hopefully.
Yeah.
Fingers crossed.
I just yeah, absolutely. So we've got about 10 minutes left here in your time. Why don't you go ahead and give everybody your links? I've been yelling at them the whole time. It's funny, you're one of the people I didn't have to ask for their links just because they're saved in my address book.
Nice.
So, but give everybody your links where they can find you, where they can yell at you, where they can ask you for things.
Yeah, yell at me. KaylinSmith.net is my big one. So Kaylin tweets on Twitter, Handmade Crown on Instagram, and Kaylin Smith Art on Facebook.
Do you have a commission list open right now?
I do. I wasn't pushing it, but I certainly have been doing digital commissions here and there. Actually, I'm doing traditional as well. People have been sending me sketch covers. So yes, if you wanted to commission, my site, KaylinSmith.net, has a commission link. So click there.
Perfect. Go to KaylinSmith.net and click commissions.
Caitlin, you go to a lot of shows, and I'm always on the hunt for the next awesome thing to put on my rack. Have you come across any super indies that you were like blown away by?
I got to give a shout out to my girl Corinne Roberts. She's doing Bug Bites right now through Source Point Press, and I love her style so much. Oh, you already have it, don't you?
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah, oh yeah. Oh gosh. Okay, so let's see. I feel like I'm so out of the loop with this year. What would be an indie that?
Doesn't Allie have a book coming out?
Oh, it's a. Now I'm gonna look it up. It's a cookbook, isn't it? Or is it?
Yeah, I'm heading over to I'm heading over to her page right now.
Okay. Yeah, Allie's for sure. She's been doing like murals on the wall that I'm like blown away by. It's been great.
So I always feel like creators of things I like give really great recommendations for things I might.
Yeah.
Maybe
Well, I mean,
I'm
Kyle's,
looking.
intensely Googling. I'm sure that's entertaining for the people.
Right. No, I'm doing the Googling, and where's it at here? It's not on her website yet, and I don't remember where I saw that she had announced something. So
There was a question from Mike Travis about whatever happened to Malice Alice.
Oh yeah. So yeah, Mike. God, years ago, I don't even know when he requested a commission, and I did a Alice in Wonderland, where she's like this bat holding, like she's like killing everything in Wonderland. She's got the cat skin on her head. Yeah, I want to do a print of that at some point, or some kind of story. I don't know, but yeah, that was one of my favorite by far for that commission. I when I was drawing it too, I had so many people comment on it as I was drawing it. Like, is that someone's? Could I have that? I'm like, no, it's someone else's. But yeah, I'll have to bring that back.
That would be an interesting story. I'd like to see you write.
Oh yeah, go completely gory. Yeah.
Got 9 minutes, guys. You guys have questions.
Say that again, Jen.
Yeah, 9 minutes. If someone has questions, it's watching.
Yeah. Who has questions in the comments? Mike. Punk rock, post-apocalyptic Alice in Wonderland, absolutely.
Yeah.
Alice in Wonderland meets Mad Max.
Yeah. Heck yeah. Oh gosh, now the wheels are turning.
But he's ready to collab with you. So.
Okay.
The problem
and there is a compliment from Richard Shipp about the artwork for Hope. So
nice.
Kyle wants to throw that up.
Oh, hold on. I'm still trying to dig for that link I saw. So
there you go. So Caitlin can read it.
I've gone down the rabbit hole. I'm sorry.
It's tough.
Well, he's in line with the Alice in Wonderland hand, so.
He is. He's starting to research it for you.
So, yeah, we still have a few minutes. Guys, if you have questions for Kaylin Smith, if you... How do I put this? And I'll put it in your commission link on your website because it's a thing that's happening. But if you could draw anything, literally anything, right now in the next 8 minutes, what would you draw? What's in your brain right now that you want to draw?
So immediately, okay, when I was young, I would doodle on my paper, and I would always draw this like cat character. And it comes to me so easily. It's like the quickest little doodle, and I don't know why I draw it all the time or why I did it back then, but I still do. Like if I'm on the phone and I doodle, that's what I doodle, and I don't know what it is. Maybe I'll have to do a comic or something with this dumb cat character, but it's super simple, and I always draw it. So that's probably what I would do because it's muscle memory at this point.
Is that your warm up? Like, one of the things we did Friday night with our Ready Set Draw is guys drew warm up pieces, Is that kind of what your warm-up piece is? Is you just doodle your little cat, or how do you warm up?
I just jump right into it with roughs. So I warm up with the character that I'm supposed to be drawing. So yeah, that cat character is only when my brain's shut down, and when it's trying to work, then that's when I get to work. So that cat character is just a given. I don't know, an easy out for my brain. But yeah, with warming up, yeah, I just start doing some roughs.
Amanda, Jen, you got any last minute questions? Because I'm literally going through a reset right now.
I can see it. I can see the little spinning wheel.
You're rebooting?
So, okay.
Yeah,
we'll
you know the rainbow wheel of death on the Mac? It's right here.
Yeah.
All right, Caitlin, I've got one. What movie that's been delayed by COVID are you going to be in the theater for whenever it actually pops out?
I want to see Mulan. Ooh. But I think that's actually going to be released digitally. I don't know if it's going to be in theaters. But
I heard rumors.
both. It's going to be both. It's going to go to Disney. It's going to go to Disney Plus with a paywall.
Okay.
And it's going to go to theaters where theaters are open.
Ooh. Okay. Okay. Yeah,
So
it
where
just looked
theaters
fantastic in that trailer. Okay. Cool.
So Mulan. Okay, that's a good choice.
Yeah.
I was going to ask, is there any comic writer or artist that you want to, anyone in the world you would want to collaborate with?
That you haven't already.
That you haven't already, yes.
Well, for some reason, I want to get in this floppy cop team. I mean, come on. What does the girl have to do? No, I don't know. See, that's always a tricky question. And I'm going to sound like a complete turd, but I love creating my own stories and worlds. And the only person that I disappoint is myself. So, doing my own projects is like a dream come true. But if I had to pick, I would definitely go with Jay Fosgett. I would love to write something for his artwork. We got a guest here.
Well, the one guest you can ignore, and the other ones will.
But Jay's such an amazing style. So I would love to draw or write something for his artwork.
I have a request, and only because you brought her up, and now I'm thinking about it. I'd love for you and Corinne to do something together. I think that would be so beautiful and off the chain.
Oh, I would. Yeah. I would love it. Yeah, I was trying to think of a way where we could work together. Maybe she could do backgrounds to my characters, or even just writing for her. Like her artwork is just, oof. I love it. I love it so much. Okay,
one last question. Am I just that blind, or has that cat been there the whole time?
No, that's the guest that just popped in.
Oh, because your cat jumped on the same time Dirk came on, and I'm going, oh, you can ignore that one.
Oh no, I was trying to, I can't see Dirk. Yeah.
All right.
Dude.
I'm like, has that cat been there the whole time, and am I just that out of it?
Yes, she has.
All right. Kaylin, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. You guys are I want to say, just doing this online thing, you guys have been amazing. You're kicking ass, and it's 2 days straight. Like, I don't envy you guys, but
I've done the math, and I'm now into my 22nd hour of doing this.
Oh, now you can deal with Dirk.
Doing panels, not including the party last night and the Ready, Set, Draw event on Friday. So I'm probably approaching 30 hours of streaming just since Friday evening.
You got a good 10 in you still.
I'm ready for the next one, if for no other reason than I've got a lot of good bad hair jokes. So,
well, the next one we get the lovely Drina, so that'll be nice.
Right, and I want to talk to Drina. So,
yeah, Drina's awesome.
Yeah, so thank you so much for being here, guys. You're watching Cadets Con 2020 live online. We will be back in just about a minute with the Haunted High-Ons panel featuring Dirk Manning and Drina Joe, the editor. Thank you once again to Lynn Smith. Go to cadetscon.com, click on the Cadets Con links, and scroll down and click on all of the highlighted links in the Lynn Smith section so that you can get connected with her everywhere that's important. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kaylin.
All right. We will be back in just about a minute. Bye, guys. Welcome back to Cadets Con Live Online 2020. I am your host, Kyle, as I have been all day, and joining me, as she has been all day, is Jen King, the mom, the boss, the person held responsible for Space Cadets. The reason we're all here. Also joining us for this panel is William K. Holland, creator, and Amanda Harvey, the person who keeps me from falling over in public. Joining us for this panel is the weirdest hair in comics, Dirk Manning, and the person who makes his writing readable, Drina Joe.
Drina Joe! I thought you were saying that Drina Joe had the weirdest hair on comics.
No, it's you. She's the person who makes your writing readable.
That is accurate. That is
Drina, can you hear us?
Which is great.
Drina, can you hear us?
Oh my God. Hi.
Here we go.
I'm sorry.
Man. And now we're joined by the person who brings the ice cream, Mike Travis.
Come on over, Mike. American dream, that's a good flavor. Oh my.
Who's been with us all day. Guys, this is the Haunted High-Ons panel. Welcome in to everybody who's coming to talk Haunted High-Ons and all of the other comic book madness that comes with that book. So, first of all, we're going to start with Drina, because importance before vanity. And
you saved the best for last.
Well, go ahead. Drina, how did you get into the comic book industry?
Oh, that's a tough question. Can we lobby that over to Dirk?
Sure.
Wow. Okay.
No, I mean, because it's just, there's so many weird avenues that went into it, and it's hard to talk about when you've had to sign like NDAs and stuff like that.
Let's put it this way. How did you come to fix Dirk?
Oh God, so yeah.
That's why she wanted to volley it to me. That's what it really comes down to.
He barreled past me at Emerald City Comic Con once, and I just remember thinking, who the F was that? Like, he just, boom. And for the next couple of days, I was like, I'm gonna find that dude, because he almost knocked me over. And then I saw him and I was like, hey, who are you? And he's like, who are you? And I was like,
I'm here.
I'm Drina Joe. And he's like, well, I'm Dirk Manning. What do you do? Well, I don't know. What do you do? And that's how it started. I didn't like choke him like I was saying I was going to do. I'm going to choke that guy. He almost knocked me over, but
So here's the real version. No, the Seattle thing is true because it was like 2 minutes before the show opened and I was going to fill my water bottle and apparently I went by. But I thought that we crossed paths before that at C2E2.
no.
C2E2
Seattle was
was
first. C2E2 was 2 weeks later.
Okay, never mind that. I totally lied. So,
I can see that my, effect on you was so much.
right. Well, no, 'cause I remember that one because we talked at Seattle. Because like I was going to fill my water bottle. It was like 5 minutes before the show opens, and anyone that sees me at a show knows once I get to my table, I'm there. And if it's Cadets Con, I'll come in early and I'll help move shelves and things like that in the blistering sun for Jen because Jen's amazing.
Where did everyone go? Or did I screw that up too?
No, you're still here. So
Where's Kyle?
he hides.
I went to get a bottle of water.
Right.
Okay.
He floats in and out. No,
I've been having technical difficulties. All like my laptop keeps heating up really bad. So anyway, go on.
That's not good.
Once I'm at my table, I don't leave. And it was like 5 minutes before the show's getting ready to start, and I realized I didn't get my water bottle up yet. So I was like, luckily I was close enough to drink it. I'm like, pardon me, excuse me. And I was like, pardon me. He was like weaseling through real quick and ran past Drina there. And then filled the water bottle up and then running back. So then later on, she came by and was busting my chops and things like that. And we found out we knew a lot of the same people. And then we talked again at C2E2.
C2E2, yes, sir.
And then we talked about your work in editing and stuff like that. And as it turns out, at that point, Haunted High-Ons was taking off and things like that. And Leah Letterman, who I work with a lot as an editor, was transitioning out to do some other things. And Leah's amazing. But she was transitioning out to do other things. So when Drina, Joe, and I got to talking again, like, oh, I saw you a few weeks ago. How are you? Blah, 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 blah. And we got to talking professional stuff. And she said she did editing work. And I said, really? And I said, I happen to be...
No, I'll interrupt now. Shush your mouth. No. We did not talk business until New York. And then that's when we started talking, like, working together.
But I think we did touch on Haunted High-Ons at C2.
Yeah.
Okay.
But just that it was like, you should give these guys a listen. I think you'd like their music.
That's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Because I didn't tell you yet. And then...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. But Repop.
Jen is just laughing. When we're in the same room together, I'm just constantly beating him up. It's
Just punching my kneecap.
I witnessed this. It's true. He usually deserves it, though.
Jen seen it too. The retailer summit. Jen was my witness, occasional protector. 1 year, I was talking to Jen earlier. 1 year ago today, Jen, we were having our ice cream and things like that. Jen was having her very healthy green smoothie while I was gorging on ice cream. So,
I know, it looks disgusting.
you said the only green thing I eat is mint chocolate chips, so as you know.
My daughter lives close to you, Jen, and I was really looking forward to coming to the con and bringing her to the con and introducing her to people. But next year,
Next year, things will be back to normal. So hopefully,
yeah.
So that's it. We have a convoluted, working relationship, but Drina had done a lot of work previously, things like that. And then, like I said, it turns out that with Haunted High-Ons, I needed someone to work on that. We enjoyed working together enough that she now, she did edits on the whole collection of Hope. So she went and did the edits on the collected edition of that. And she's editing Tales of Mystery Volume 5 now, Haunted High-Ons. Doing stuff with other Source Point creators, quickly becoming one of the hottest editors in the biz right now. Everyone's chasing after trying to get a chance to work with her. So I'm like, well, hold on, Andrea, don't forget, you commit. books for me.
Right?
Don't leave me in the lurch.
Well, and that's something I wanted to talk about before we dove too deep into Haunted High-Ons. I want to talk to Drina about some of the other stuff she's editing, including a book that's coming out. Is it next week or the week after? It's coming out like soon. Yeah, like it's is it out? Is issue 1 out officially?
I think it's out. Jen, is it out? Broken Gargoyle?
Broken Gargoyles?
No, not yet.
Oh,
Yeah, I
great.
think it's next week or the week after.
Mhm. Okay.
But Travis wouldn't commit live online to when I would have my shipment, so I don't know. I tried to put him on the spot yesterday and he wouldn't do it. So let's talk about Broken Gargoyles real quick. Give everybody the pitch on Broken Gargoyles.
I don't have a Bob and I talk about this every time because I stumble when it comes to the pitch for Broken Gargoyles because I cannot sum it up properly. Dude, I am useless today, okay? I have not had any coffee today. I'm like struggling.
Well, I mean, so just be on the lookout for Broken Gargoyles. Drina edited that too.
Awesome.
It's Bob, Sally,
How
and
about we pitch each other's books? Right, I can pitch Broken Gargoyles, and you can pitch.
Go for it, Dirk. Pitch Broken Gargoyles.
No, Broken Gargoyles is great. It's a kind of like a cyberpunk, kind of like war book about people who are discarded after war, I guess, and how they handle that. Very cool book. Bob Sally writes it. Stan Yeg illustrates it. I was very fortunate. I got to work with, talk to Bob. What up, Kaylin?
That's on me, not you.
That's well documented. I know. I can still say hi. I can say people don't like me. Sometimes I do. It's a cool book. I was real fortunate. I got to talk to Bob early about that book and stuff like that. And I think that book's a game changer for Bob. I mean, he obviously had a lot of success with Ogre and with Ogres and things like that, but I think he leveled up on Broken Gargoyle.
Melinda, I will throw this out there. Not actual gargoyles. It's a different meaning of the word gargoyles. It's more about how people feel about themselves.
But yeah, when they've been disfigured in the war.
Right, calling themselves gargoyles as opposed to like gargoyles from the 90s cartoon show.
Yeah, it's with wounded soldiers who had to wear plasters or like missing legs or something like that. When injured during the war, they were called broken gargoyles. And they were usually discarded by their fellow Americans. Unfortunately,
it's a really deep book. It's absolutely beautiful. Stan did the art on that, right?
Yes,
Staniak did the art, which is phenomenal. Bob wrote just an absolute amazing treatment for that book. If you want, when the book comes out, I will post up the soundtrack that I've been listening to while reading it, just because it is just absolute gorgeous book. Now, what else might you have been editing that people need to be on the lookout for, Drina?
Okay, so I was counting them yesterday. I'm on 14 titles. 4, I'm incredibly... I am so ready to talk about 4 of them, but I cannot, probably for another month. But when I can talk about them, I'm going to go to you guys and see if you want to do interviews or not. I'm doing... one of my favorite humans alive is Ahern Keepers, and her and I are working together on a script called Weaver. And what just happened? Go back to all the other people.
Tried to spotlight you. They tried to give you the spotlight, Drina, and she's like, no.
But she just tries to wipe it away. She's just like,
I
no.
honestly thought it was my computer. I thought, what did I do?
No.
That moment was indicative of working with her.
What?
Never wants to put herself out in front. She's always like pushing everyone else out in front of her. So.
That is true. I'm not comfortable with the spotlight. I will be honest. I'm not comfortable with that. But so it's kind of like it's a space cowboy type of comic, and I love her writing so much. And she was my goal. Like I always tell people, my goal is to work with Ahern, and now I get to work with Ahern. It's brilliant. And then I'm working with David Schechter on something called Dead Flowers, which is a cowboy ninja story. Garrett Gunn, Call the Ravens Home. I love Garrett. So,
Someone has to.
but
Just so you know, and Drina doesn't even know this, but Drina was almost on this weekend as much as I was. But Garrett and Bob both chose this weekend to go on vacation with their respective families. Otherwise, I would have had Drina here with everybody she's editing, and she'd have been like, Kyle, I've been streaming for 22 hours. Really?
Well, I have 2 with Bob next weekend. Listen, Bob, let's collaborate. Let's figure out. You say the pitch, and then I'll come in tag team this. So, oh gosh. What are my? Oh, we're working. Oh wait, I can't talk about that one either. I swear, I'm very busy. Oh, there's a new one. So you all know Get in the Game. So Get in the Game. I edited a story for a new writer named Xing Mason. He now is going to go by Alan Green. His names are important. And we're doing a really cute 80s. Think of Night of the Comet, and that's kind of what we're doing, except we're calling it Lab Rat, and it's funny and scary, and I'm excited about that. I enjoyed working with him on Get in the Game, so when he approached me, I was like, absolutely, let's do it.
Drina is navigating the NDA obstacle course.
I am.
Normally, I'm the one that's like, you're telling me not to say something. I'm glad the shoe was on the other foot for a change.
I was this close, too. I was like,
I thought for sure you were, I was like,
and the greatest thing about all of this is I'm only working on one of those with Dirk. So
one of those.
One of the NDA things. Oh, only one of those is you. So
right.
The rest are another person that I enjoy working with. So.
We need to get you like a little bumper that whenever you start talking and getting over something, you can just push a button and it says NDA disclosure, not able to reveal its current content at this time.
It would be like the cuss word bleep, 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 bleep. I feel bleep, bleep, bleep. So I'm like, I promise I'll be able to talk about it, I think, within the month. Yeah.
So, okay, let's jump into the reason people are here.
Yes.
I've been here the whole time, Kyle.
Oh my.
Never taunt the man who presses the buttons.
I'm in a different spot now. It's like I'm moving around.
Never taunt the man who presses the buttons.
Well, this is better because now I get to be next to Drina.
That's right. He's truly the center of attention.
My Amanda.
So,
I've hugged her.
Let's talk about, first of all, Haunted High-Ons Volume 1, which, by the way, I'm on the SourcePoint press page right now, and unless you can get them from Jen or me or Dirk at a convention, you're going to struggle to get them because everything's sold out.
Dude.
I just found a stash of them for my own store. So after Jen bought all of them that I had, I just found a new stash of them for my own store. So Haunted High-Ons Volume 1. Let's talk Haunted High-Ons Volume 1. It started with a one-shot.
Yes. Yeah. It started with a one-shot. There's a long story that I've told several times already about how this all came together, but we definitely start with a one-shot to make sure that we would all be comfortable working together, if this was a good fit, and things like that. We launched the one-shot at New York Comic-Con 2017. Yeah, 17. Yeah. Which was, and it was also one of the first 3 books that SourcePoint distributed nationally when they entered their partnership with Diamond, which was really, really cool. So it was, in fact, it was Haunted High-Ons. It was a book by Jay Fosgett, and it was Salvagers by Bob Sally. So it was really, it was like the initial run of the national distribution of SourcePoint, where we kind of went to that level. So we did the one shot together. That went really well. We didn't even announce Twisted for the show until after New York was already sold out. But the one shot went really well, and then we moved into doing the Darkness Rises miniseries. Mariana Pescosta and Alessandro De Fornisari, the artists on the series, they did the one shot. They did all of Volume 1, The Darkness Rises. And we are now in production of Volume 2, Curse of the Green Book.
We are in production on Volume 2, Curse of the Green Book, which we'll get to in just a couple of minutes. But going back to Volume 1, what was it like to take such a well-known... I'm going to go ahead and call Twisted an IP, because I don't know how else to describe them in this kind of context. But something as well known as Twisted, and write fiction about them, but still have to maintain the twistedness of it all.
The twistedness.
Good question.
Yeah, it's funny, and I'll definitely, Adriana, you can chime in with your thoughts on this. But I know when I was getting started, I knew Twisted before they knew me. Not only just from the music, but I used to work with Insane Clown Posse, and I knew Twisted when they were a previous incarnation of the band called House of Crazy. So I knew who they were. So when Gary Reed, who helped facilitate this deal, we miss you, Gary, very much. Oh, still hurts. When Gary facilitated this deal and said, "Hey, I want you to work with this band," and I said, "Who is it?" And he goes, "It's Twisted." I kind of laughed. I'm like, "Oh, well, yeah, done. Let's do it." The big joke was, he's like, "I know you're more of a metal guy," but I knew Twisted from the House of Crazy days. But I only knew them as performers. I didn't really ever get a chance to interact with them a lot as people. So I went to some of the concerts and just hung out backstage and fly on the wall style. And it was so funny because they didn't know me very well and I didn't know them. And I'm just kind of like just sitting back, hanging out, BSing a little bit, but really just watching how they interacted with people. And of course, as you can imagine, Jamie's very high energy and gregarious and doing his thing, and Paul's very low key. And so it was a little awkward at first, I think, because they were kind of like, who's this, what's the dude just hanging out? Like, don't mind me. Take it out. But I'm really proud of the fact that a lot of people who've read the book that both know of Twisted and maybe didn't know of Twisted until they read the book feel like they really get to know Jamie and Paul as characters. And the characters in the book are very similar to how they are in real life. There's...
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, we I think we exaggerated a little bit. We exasperate a little bit. We pull it out a little bit more, but the core of I don't know. I mean, you would say Dream. I think the core of them is there.
I think so. Yeah, I read the book before I came on. I read two, or just the one shot in the first issue before I came on to edit. And I asked Dirk. I said, "Is this what they're really like?" And he said, "Pretty much." And then I was like, "Okay, I'll do it."
Right.
I want to meet them. I can't wait to meet them. They're their characters are in the comics. Yeah. It's so fun to be around. And then I got to meet them a couple of times before. It was. I love them. I love them.
Right. Frank is saying he had no idea who they were and learned all about them from the book. That's absolutely true. And then you have somebody like me who I knew Twisted probably as long as Dirk knew Twisted. Maybe not quite as long. I don't remember seeing House of Crazies. That's not to say I didn't, but I don't remember it. But I've followed Twisted for a lot of years, and then my friend Dirk goes, "Hey, I'm making a book with Twisted." I'm going, "How is that going to be possible?" And then the story comes out, and it's this big kind of, it feels vaguely Scooby-Doo-ish, but it's got the essence of who the band has always been in it in such a real way that it was, it was great to read and be like, all right, well, I can really get behind this.
And to be fair as well, Paul presented a loose outline for the script of the one shot. I don't think he had Felicia in there. I always mean to go back and look, then I just never do because half of the fun is the ambiguity. But I don't think he had Felicia in there, but he had a rough idea for the script of what he wanted to do. So the one shot is pretty closely based on the vision of what Paul had, with the idea of maybe making it like a movie or a television show someday. I think he wanted to make it a movie. Then when we got into The Darkness Rises, Twisted very much controls their brand. They very much control their brand. They very much control their narrative. And so I was like, okay, now that we're going to do like this 5-issue story, what is this, we'll see what this looks like. And one of the biggest compliments I always did from the guys, from Jamie and Paul and from George, their manager, how they have so little direct input to the story that we're crafting, which is high praise because they're always so very, very involved in making sure that they're represented properly. And the fact that they trust me as much as they do to do it. Because on Darkness Rises, it was much more me driving the story, and then they get into it, and then they kind of, make some little suggestions, little tweaks here and there. And now with Curse of the Green Book, it's the same thing. I'm very much driving the story. I hand it off to, first I hand it to Drina to edit it. She'll look at it, make it readable, as everyone says. Then hand it over to the guys, Jamie and Paul, to look at it and have them sign off on it accordingly from there.
Well, and you've mentioned in the past that they sometimes come back and say that's not exactly how we would say it.
Right.
Changing some dialectual things.
Change this word to this word, right? Or change, butt faced, whatever, just
right.
Usually it's the pejoratives that they're calling each other is usually what gets changed. Like, no, I'd call them like a butt nugget, not a butt face or something. I'm like, all right, cool.
Right. It's very you're putting their putting their personality into it in the way that they interact, but Twisted and that whole scene has had its own language for a really long time. That's different from the language you would expect, and you get to know it. You go to Astronomicon or you go to one of the concerts, and it's nothing is called what you think it's called all of a sudden, and it's that kind of stuff, and it's really cool to see that portrayed, even if that's not how you originally wrote it.
Well, and two, it's like music's always have their own subcultures, whether it be the punk rock scene, the metal scene, the juggalo scene, there's always these intricacies and things like that to the culture of the music. And, a lot of people historically have kind of, poo-pooed the juggalo movement and stuff like that. And I've said this before I even worked with Twisted. I'm like, if you're to a point in your life where you're kind of crapping on someone else's musical subculture, you're old. It's like, congratulations, you're your parents who are making fun of the punk kids or the metal kids or whatever like that. Like, oh, right. No, well, it's a blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, that's what your parents said about your music, too.
Don't listen to jazz. It will cause you to go to pool halls.
Right.
Sorry, that was a reference to the Music Man. Sorry.
Shaking his hips on stage.
One of the things that was shocking to me, though, I live in a really small town, and I had on a Twisted shirt, and this guy just kept following me around the grocery store. I mean, to the point that I was like getting like, dude, knock it off. What are you doing? And he was like, you like Twisted too? I was like, I love Twisted. You love Twisted? This is a tiny little town, and they're known everywhere. Like, they have a subset of fans everywhere, and I would not have expected that, especially on the West Coast. Not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, even bring it back here with Cadets Con, and Jen, you can speak to this. I showed up a day early, I think, for Cadets Con, and I'm wearing my Twisted Tour shirt, and I walk in, and I'm in the store maybe 30 seconds, and someone's like, "Did you bring copies of Haunted High-Ons?" And I remember looking at Jen's face, and I'm like, because she's like, I don't know, people down here know who Twisted is, and that's not a slam on. Go ahead, Jen. Go ahead. Just, you can defend yourself accordingly.
A self-report.
Right.
So, Dirk, I've loved Dirk's work for a long time. I'm a big fan of Tales of Mr. Reeves, huge fan. But I would look at his stuff on his table and look at like Cthulhu and Hope, and I'd be like, totally all about all this stuff. But I don't know about these dudes. Smoke pot, I can't do that because that's all my brain would get. It'd be haunted High-Ons. My brain wouldn't get past that. I didn't do any research on who Twisted were, who the guys were. I just, to my own detriment, didn't do any kind of actual looking into what the book was about or anything. I don't know what I was doing. And when Dirk was coming to Cadets Con, I was like, well, you can bring some of that stuff, but I don't think it's going to go here. I'll eat my words, right? If it's wrong. And of course, that was the thing that sold the most, is horror and Twisted High-On, Twisted for. I was just like, I don't know anything.
I wasn't saying to say that, but it was funny because that misconception. And again, I mean, I don't smoke, I don't drink. I mean, I never have. And so even for me, writing a book called Haunted High-Ons was kind of a jump. But I like the guys so much, and again, the pot humor in the book and stuff is very, very minimal. It's kind of like that brand of like that stoner, goofy humor. But yeah, Jen and I would talk forever, and she's like, "Okay, when you're doing a non-horror book, you can come down." Hope and Meet Cthulhu Jr. And I get there, and the horror stuff. It was like we put a crack in the dam down there, Jen, because we were like, "There's horror stuff here," and like buying everything. Jen's in the corner just like, oh my God, what's happening here?
I want to call Paul out. I've often said that, juggalos are like Trekkies. No matter where you go, if you ask people, if you were to stand up in any room in the country and go, who here's a Trekkie? There's going to be somebody who raises their hand. Any room in the country you stand up and go, who here's a juggalo? There's going to be somebody who stands up and raises their hand. They're everywhere, and you wouldn't expect any of them.
All you got to do is just go, whoop, whoop.
Yeah.
That's true.
Happened in San Diego. Yeah, it blew my mind because San Diego sells out. What is it? October, November for a July show. So we decide, let's bring Twisted to San Diego 2 weeks before the con, and everyone signs on to it. Everyone's excited, and then you have the reality of wait.
We had the New York
Comic Con know who they are.
Yeah, when we
and there's no way people who do know who they are can get a ticket to see them because the tickets have been sold out for months. And we got off that trolley, and the whoop whoops were just echoing
through the crowd,
everywhere.
I was afraid people were going to think that these two guys were cosplaying as Twisted.
Yes.
And yeah, we're all walking in together, the whole group of us, and through the crowd, at San Diego, you just have like the mob of people, and we were kind of going in on the side to get to the source point table for our signing that day, and literally through the crowd, just hear those whoop 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 whoop, and I remember Jamie and Paul were like. And we had a huge line at San Diego as well for the exclusive that we had there.
Well, there was a line even at Funko waiting for them to come to the Funko line.
Knowing that they'd be at the Funko booth.
Yeah, knowing that they were Funko fans. There were people that were just congregated around the Funko table or like the area, hoping they would get to see Twisted.
Yeah.
It was really just surreal and quite lovely.
It was,
I remember asking Dirk, can I buy whatever's left over of that signing? And he was like, oh, hun,
just go.
But we did make it up to you. Jen is currently the only store in the country that has the trade paperbacks.
Really?
Yeah. We haven't put the trade paperback in mass distribution yet. We'll wait no closer till M&E Shop has it, and Jen King has it. Because she has been such a huge supporter, and we love Jen.
That's a cool little
feather
in your cap there, Jen.
And I think I signed all the ones that Jen has.
I should be denied access for all of my life for my bad behavior before.
No.
Sometimes you got to get taught that lesson, though. It's you gamble. You don't gamble because you think you know, and then it turns out you don't know.
Well, but again, it's something I've battled my whole life being a horror guy. People are like, oh, no one, you're saying with Trekkies or Juggalos, with horror fans, people are like, oh, no one likes horror. And I'm like, there's always, remember we had movie theaters? There's always a horror movie in the movie theaters. There's a reason for that. People support horror and stuff like that. Oh, there you go. So I should get one. So,
Down, Ashton.
yeah, so it's one of those things where people don't. I think people have a lot of negative stereotypes about horror and about other things. And they find out that this is a very popular genre. People dig it, which is why we're super excited. When we had the announcement in February about the Hollywood option and Green Book and everything else. So it's exciting times.
They were like they're custom made for animation. I really feel that. They're perfect for animation.
So we'll talk about that stuff, those announcements here in just a second. But if you head over to cadetscon.com, click on the Cadets Con links page. There's a place on there where you've got all of the links for Dirk and where he's at. And I know that generally when I ask Drina that, she goes, oh, don't know. She does the Drina thing. So there are no links for Drina, but if you need to contact Drina, you can get a hold of her. Just message Dirk and he'll tell you how to get a hold of her. We're going to make Dirk Drina's PR man.
Drina Joe, honestly, everywhere. Drina Joe.
Don't give me that. No, I'm not the gatekeeper.
So let's talk about this in the order that it sort of happened. You make the announcement basically in the same weekend of the option for Haunted High-Ons and the announcement of Green Book. So let's talk about the option. It's being produced by Ken Levin, who we know from The Boys and Preacher and so many other things. Where
he's gonna do Grimjack.
Yeah, he's doing Grimjack. He's doing a lot of stuff. Ken is almost as tenacious as Kowalski the dog, but not quite. Let's talk about the. I love Kowalski. I want a Kowalski, but let's talk about the option. Is there anything you can tell us about where that's at? What part of the process are you in? Are we still adapting? Are we still writing? Where are we at?
What can we tell them?
I've been very busy this week.
Which leads us to believe that there's still. Well, I mean that's a big answer. There's still writing happening.
Yeah, I've been very busy this week.
And we can talk about how when things get optioned, it takes a while for stuff to move.
Yes,
because it's a long process.
Yeah, I mean, we announced the partnership in February, and the fact that I have been very actively busy on things this week is indicative to how quickly things move, but also how a lot of this stuff is stop and go.
Right.
Well, let me interject because, this is actually going faster, in my opinion, from my past experience with this kind of stuff. And Haunted High-Ons has been moving pretty steadily along. I feel like the coronavirus kind of did stop some of it from happening sooner because, Ken is very much a face man. He likes to sit face to face with people and, shake hands and make deals. And, a lot of things have kind of slowed, but never came to a stop. So for me, I feel like we're actually ahead of the game in the process of it.
Yeah, like at San Diego, Ken outlasted everyone after the concert on the bus. I was like,
I was practically in tears. I was like, oh my God, I'm so tired.
And Ken just going, man. He's just like nonstop. But yeah, I mean, he's when he hung out with Twisted.
Well, even at Astro. Like, there was that one day I was super worried about Ken. Like, I haven't seen Ken. It's 3 p.m. And this girl goes, oh, he was out with us until about 4 a.m. And I was like, okay, I don't need to be worried about him anymore.
No, but it's one of those things is I don't think people realize that you get a project option. Now the script needs to be adapted to be able to, you know, be acted a little bit. The art needs to be refined to be able to go on to the next step of building whatever that is, whether it be storyboarding or animation or whatever. It takes a long time. You have an animated movie, something like, I'll give you an example, Incredibles 2 took 13 years.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, you know, part of that was those actors got real busy, but part of that is that's how long it takes to make things.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's when we ask for an update and Dirk goes, I've been really busy, that's really good news. You know, for the fans out there, because it means that it's still moving.
Like when we're done here, I'm going to be busy again.
Right.
Like it took
But I'm
a
not
break.
going to be answering my phone. I'm going to ignore him.
I would.
I'm tired.
The appropriate response. No. Yeah, things are. I think everyone is very excited about the synergy of how things are going. And I'm trying to be very careful in what I say.
Right, that's why I'm not responding. I'm just waiting for you to hang yourself.
I'm trying real hard not to. There's so much I want to say. So you said we were going to talk about Curse of the Green Book, right? The next
We
book?
are. That's the next. That's the next phase. Is so almost immediately after you announce that, we get the image for Curse of the Green Book.
Isn't that gorgeous?
That gorgeous Mariana and Alessandro piece. That if I was doing my job, I would be showing people right now.
Uh-oh.
But it'll only take me a second to do that. So that you announced Curse of the Green Book, which is Volume 2.
Pat.
I'm glad I don't see Pat now.
Now you can see him.
Nice.
There it is. Yeah, there's the promo image of
Isn't
Mariana.
that beautiful? And that's little Joe. Okay.
Yeah, Little Joe's on there. That was one of Drina's big contributions. Was Little Joe the not so little alligator?
And I like that you've got a little bit Papa Shango from WWE. A little bit, you know.
Well, and like one of the things too is like with Mariana, you'll notice she took Felicia out of like the dress, and like now she's like in a hoodie and stuff like that, and kind of hanging out, you know. And like she goes, she can do what she can, you know, kind of do what she wants with her own look. But yeah, there's a lot to unpack on this image. You know, you got darkness zombies, which we saw some of that in Volume 1. You've got voodoo dolls. You've got Voodoo King, Voodoo Queen, Little Joe. There's and this is only a microcosm of all the stuff we're doing in this miniseries. The big villain is not even shown yet here. I probably shouldn't give it away, but I really want to. So.
You probably should give it away. I'm just throwing that out there. But what can you tell us about the Curse of the Green Book?
Hannah.
I don't know. What can we say?
Can we talk about the big villain?
Ham Shabam. There's an exclusive. Ham Shabam. Yeah. Those of you,
And if you don't know what that is, you need to download that song right now.
Yeah, Paul wants to know if the Marsh Lagoon.
Typing it out right now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, can we answer Paul?
I like what William. I like that Little Joe should have a spin-off book.
Little Joe. Yeah.
Dirk, just answer that question again. Does the Marsh Lagoon play a role? There you go.
Marsh Lagoon, Ham Shabam's big villain. The voodoo, the book, the setup on the book is, and that's not even spoiling everything. There's still other villains in there that tie into twisted stuff that we're not going to get into. Marsh Lagoon, Ham Shabam, the Voodoo King and the Voodoo Queen of New Orleans are at war, and Twisted finds themselves in the middle of it, and things just get exponentially worse from there. But yeah,
All right.
Ham Shabam.
Love it.
So excited.
Super excited to start, because like when you look at The Darkness Rises, We had Dr. Fallen Lekna, who's, the doctor that's on the prelude to the whole album. He was the big villain. I know people have been asking about Marsh Lagoon. Yes. And Hamshabam. Yes. There's your exclusive. You can put that on the interweb.
Good, because we're broadcasting live. That's how this works.
Oh.
This is. I need to do that. So Chris is asking about 90s covers. Can we get a lenticular Haunted High-Ons cover?
I was on the... See, now that the dam cracked, I'm going to start saying more than I probably should. I was on the phone with George Valakis, Twisted's manager, this morning. We were talking for a while. And we're talking about different ideas for covers and things like that. We did a ton of variants on Darkness Rises, now the one-shot. And we're looking at continuing to expand options to make the single issues really cool, to drive people to the direct market, drive people to buy the covers. So stay tuned. There's a lot of things in play.
Hannah is excited for Exponentially Worse From There Is Promising.
Hi, Hannah.
Yeah, it's a 4-issue miniseries, and it's very dense, and the level of danger keeps amplifying exponentially. We are going to limit. There's not going to be 30 billion variants, probably 29. That's something we talked about too. Source Point's known for doing a lot of variant covers for a lot of their hot books. Frank Gogol does some variants. Garrett, Broken Gargoyles has several variants right now. And we certainly recognize that people like the variants, and we like being able to. My big thing was, especially with Darkness Rises, I wanted to make sure that everyone had a chance to get at least one. So if you were at C2E2, or if you're in New York, or you're at San Diego, or you go to the M&E shop, or whatever, people in different areas, you could get at least a variant. Some people got them all. But it was also tough to do, which I think it should be. If you're going to go that deep, and you want to get all, whatever we ended up landing on, 15 or 18 variants all said and done between all the issues, cool, but it should be a hunt. We also did not do any variants past issue 2 of Darkness Rises. At that point, we were done, and we focused on the book. But we are looking at some, like I said, I was talking to George today about ideas for some pretty cool cover options, but I don't want to give anything away. I've already given away Hamshabam. I've given you Marsh Lagoon, 4 issues, and if I say anything else, I will get in trouble.
Well, that's the goal.
Hello, Val. Oh, thank you. See, and that's what I like. Val's nail on the head here. One of the other things that I really always appreciated was that I hear this constantly. I'm not a fan of horror, but I really like your work. And I think that's indicative of the fact that a lot of people. I think a lot of people. I'm not saying I put myself over, but I think a lot of people have a blood and boob idea of horror, and that's not what I do. I think even go back to what Jen said earlier. Jen was surprised how much horror stuff I moved at Space Cadets collection, because people are there one day and then come back and get more the next day because of, wow, this is not what I thought it would be. Or Tales of Mystery is a very dark book, but it's not a gratuitous book.
I think
she's making sure because she's editing volume 5 right now. So.
Mm-hmm. Right. I think one of the things people mistake horror for is slasher and blood and gore and stuff.
Yeah.
And Dirk is going to give you nightmares because he's going to let your brain fill in the scary bits. I think is an important distinction for people. It's we have a mutual friend who's a horror writer who loves blood, puts it in all of his books, and I'm sure you know who I'm talking about. But Dirk's gonna let you think about the blood, maybe not give the artist a chance to show it to you.
Yeah, I'm a Twilight Zone baby, and to me, blood is not scary. Gore is not scary. Gore is gross. I don't. And gore rarely looks good on a page in a comic book. It's very hard to do. It's very hard to do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just not scary, you know. I'm more interested in, I say this all the time, to me, horror is what would you do if? It's psychological. It makes you think about it, you know. 30 Days of Night, I think, is one of the greatest horror comics ever written, because it's like, why wouldn't vampires go to the town in Alaska where it's night for 30 days and isolate everyone there? You know, I mean, that's scary. Or when you look at anything in the Twilight Zone, you know, that's the stuff, the original series. That's what I like, you know. And then when we did Haunted High-Ons, it's scary. There's some really scary stuff in Darkness Rises. There's some really scary stuff in Curse of the Green Book. And I wanted to honor that part of Twisted's legacy, but I also wanted to honor the fact that they're funny. They're so funny. They're fun. And then you get to a book like Tales of Mystery, where Mystery, Jen King's favorite book, or favorite book I write anyway, is there's humor in that book, but Mystery particular is usually kind of like the straight man to that because he's so grim. And the world is so grim. But then you got guys like Brad Thompson and stuff like that, and newer characters like Callista who are more upbeat, showing that, or even Charity, that there can be a light in the darkness that Mystery just can't access. He's too wrapped up in his head. He can't appreciate things because he's too focused on what's going to happen next. He has that post-traumatic stress disorder where the characters around him are like, yeah, this world's dark, but we're making it through. You can be happy, and Mystery's just not there. So I like to explore that psychological aspect.
Paul, if you manage to get Miss Jen to a Twisted show, you need to film it. That seems like prime CBSN content right there.
Mm-hmm.
Miss Jen goes to a Twisted show.
I want to go with Jen.
I really like All Music.
I don't think
There are exceptions.
I've never been to one, so that'll be fun.
I'm not so into country, which is
Not
weird.
even
because-
at Expo?
Oh, Miss Jen
Dirk.
on stage at the Twisted show. That's what I'm hoping for.
Dirk, you and I are going to take Drina, Amanda, and Jen to a Twisted show and just stand in the back while they freak out. It's going to be awesome.
What?
Can I dress like a soccer mom to just make everyone confused?
Yeah, shockingly, that's not at all what it would be.
Yeah, you'll be surprised. Like even at San Diego,
You'll fit right in.
First crowd, you know, and we'll get Ms. Jen up on stage, and she'll be like, I will not start rapping.
I never go to the back. I always go to the front. If I'm in the back, I can't see anything. So.
Well, that's fair too, Drina.
Right.
I'll tell you, Paul, I have lost sales to Twisted at Astronomicon and in person because Jamie says something that's so funny I can no longer speak. I'm laughing too hard. It has happened. So, believe me, Twisted, when you say Twisted's a bit of comedy, I think you're underselling it a bit.
I'm convinced half the time they're trying to make each other laugh, like then start the song
yeah.
and like goof each other up. Like
yeah.
You know, like
yeah. So, we've got about 10 minutes left, which this panel has flown by. Do we have an ETA on Curse of the Green Book? Are we allowed to say early next year or later this year or 2027?
Sooner than later. I don't know if it'd be appropriate for me to take that announcement from Twisted.
Sure.
Internally, we are all on the same page, and you know, there's a certain time of the year. I'm too far away for Drita to kick me. There's certain times of the year when it would make sense to have a comic drop for Twisted, especially. See that look? That's my favorite. That's the look right there. I was like this, and Drita's like, I didn't give anything away.
No, not at all. Not even a little bit. Not
That
even
was
On Christmas Day,
I know
then.
everything I need.
Yeah, I mean, Easter.
I know everything I need to know.
Christmas, Halloween, February, could be any one of those things.
Pat, by 2027, I'm hoping to be one of the zombies in Haunted High-Ons Volume 9.
Man, 2027.
Well, you know, in all seriousness, with the Hollywood stuff going on, and with the way the world went sideways for a bit, and to be fair, you know, Mariana and Alessandro have announced this. You know, they had a newborn baby, so they spent
Baby ever. I'm just gonna say it.
that baby's so cute. Oh my gosh, they sent me pictures of the baby.
I imagine the baby's got a really cute accent. It's like goo goo gaga, you know, like
They sent me videos of the baby doing this. Of
The
like,
Right.
baby does that. The baby goes like this.
Yeah.
I'm like,
In Italian?
yeah, yes,
if she,
Italian.
she has to flip, she'll go,
Mhm.
oh, God. I just, that baby
She could
is
by naturally.
when I get near that baby, I am just going to be like, ah!
Oh,
Yeah, no, my favorite moment ever with them is I don't even remember what we were asking her to explain. It's an Italian term, and she's just going shenanigans.
I cannot control that.
And they were they're like, we do not sound like Mario. And I'm like, yes, you do.
Oh gosh.
I miss
But
her.
Everything I hate work
Sorry.
for shenanigans is shenaniganizers.
Yeah, it's we're standing around at Astro, and somebody asked her about a word in Italian, and she just goes shenanigans. And I'm just
Yeah,
like I lost it. So
yeah.
My favorite are the typos. Like when she does a typo, like that is the cutest thing. I love her typos because they're actual words that just don't mean.
Yeah,
much.
And the thing is, like, they'll get self-conscious about their English, and I'm like,
They're
I
great.
can barely speak English, and you guys are speaking fluent Italian and fluent English. Okay, so you have nothing to be worried about. It's like you guys are ahead of the curve. It's like but no, there's an internal schedule that we are on track with. We knew where we were going to land on this one because of the baby and everything else, and again, certain events that would really work well with releasing a book that I'm not going to say.
right.
I'm
So
gonna have a heart attack.
here we can deal with Pat. Hold on. Delete comment.
What does he even say? I don't even know where Pat is.
No, he's trying to be your editor for you, and Pat needs to learn. I'll just go on his show tomorrow and troll him the whole time.
I've got one editor already. Well, two. I got Leah. I got her. I'm good on editing.
I would not mess with Leah.
So, all right, guys, we've got about 4 minutes left here on our time. Dirk, one more time, give everybody the links, the ats, all the things where they can find you on the socials so that they can follow you and get updates as this sort of stuff happens.
DirkManning.com is my website. I'm on Facebook, Instagram, Twitter at Dirk Manning. Newsletter. You can sign up with my newsletter on my website. Lots of cool announcements coming out. Next year is going to be stacked with new books. We haven't even talked about the NDA book that we can't talk about because we can't talk about it. Mystery Volume 5 is coming out. Right or Wrong Volume 2 is coming out. Mystery book. Curse of the Green Book. Cthulhu Jr. with Scoot. Hope 2. It's going to be an amazing year. So you can keep up on all that. DirkManning.com, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and Dirk Manning.
Drina's preemptively exhausted.
I'm so tired.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Dirk and Drina, for being here. We appreciate you guys coming to talk to us. This has been fabulous. Guys, keep it tuned right here for Cadets Con 2020 live online. We'll be back in just about a minute's time with Xing Xin, which is also our final panel of the con. So make sure you stay tuned because God knows where my brain's going to go. I'll be back in just a minute.
I'm Shaban.
Welcome back to Cadets Con 2020 live online. I am your host, Kyle. Joining me this hour, we have Will Holland, Miss Jen, who's been with me all day as my co-host, and joining us for our final panel of the show, Xing Xin. Am I saying that right?
Yeah.
Woo!
Right.
Hey, at this point, I'm just happy to be making words. You are the producer, man in charge of. I'm gonna take a stab at it, and I'm gonna get it wrong, and you're gonna correct me. It's Symphonic Versus.
Close. It's symphonic versus.
Symphonic Versus.
Yeah, it's like the Cyrillic spelling of the word symphony or symphonic, but just with an X instead of an S.
Yeah, see, like I said, I'm just happy to be making words. So tell us a little bit about how you got into comics.
I had been drawn most of my life. I always enjoyed telling stories, and part of my family is from the Orient, and so I was accustomed to seeing anime and seeing things that were not typical for, I think most kids, especially in the 80s. And so I grew up surrounded with a lot of different things that just, greatly impacted me, and huge fan of Homer and of Professor Tolkien and, Wing Xing Ma and Andy Sato and Kaiwei Kit and just these amazing artists and writers, and back at that time, anime was hard to come across. It wasn't something like today where you see it everywhere. You had to either go to like Asian markets or particular comic shops that maybe would have it, especially when it was something more obscure. And so I was always writing stories and drawing and designing characters, and trying to learn from the influences that I saw and that I spent a lot of time trying to learn and reference from, and one thing just kind of led to another, and here we are 26 years later, and everything is kind of where it's at right now.
So one of the things that strikes me about your book is just, and you can see it on the background, the intensity of the art style. There is so much happening in every square inch. Tell me about how you came to that art style and how you approach creating that.
I don't really read a lot of Western books, and I haven't. I mean, I've seen a few Western comics here and there, but I mainly read Chinese and Korean comics because they're such, works of art. They're just absolutely stunning, and then the European comic market is very diverse. It's really stunning, and for me personally, I always wanted to be able to take what many people told me was impossible to do, which is to create literal paintings page by page with designs that are very complicated, and with trying to do things normally that you could get away with in an anime, or that you could get away with in a movie, that was maybe done a particularly right way by having the right kind of people involved. But the kind of things that I wanted to see, I didn't see in any books here, even though I read and studied and learned from China and Korea. There wasn't anything happening here that was like that, so I had to make it. I hope that makes sense.
Right, well, yeah, if you can't find what you're looking for, the easiest way to find it is to make it yourself, right?
Yeah, I mean, that really is how that happened, and just I wanted to be able to just tell the kind of stories that I wanted to tell, and to give people a type of quality that they don't normally get. And I think that's important, because when people take the time to invest and believe in what you're doing, you have to give them something that's different. And so, much like how Square Enix has affected video games and Santa Monica Studios, and I wanted to be able to offer people the same thing, just in a comic book form.
That is a gorgeous poster.
Xing made this exclusive for our shop for Volume 2. I wasn't expecting something so gorgeous.
I'm glad you like it.
One of the things we learned yesterday, Will and I were on a panel with a group called Saturday AM, which is a manga studio, and they were talking about how the U.S. comes in fourth in terms of manga consumption, behind obviously Japan, but France and Germany. And you were talking about the European style and the heavy Asian influences, and it's one of those things that it never occurred to me that would be how it is. And so, do you see your book as a more of a traditional comic, or is it closer to a manga in terms of the way it would be consumed?
No, it'd be closer to like to a manhwa, a Chinese comic book.
Okay.
As opposed to manga's really traditionally black and white, and the art of telling art through pictures for the Japanese. I mean, you can trace that back all the way to the days of Sengoku Jidai. So I mean, it's very much a part of their culture, and it's so well done. I just appreciate a different approach to it, and so and I just try to make it stand alone as much as it can in its presentation, so that it doesn't look close or look too similar, like something that you might see maybe on a more regular basis.
So, tell me about your process. I mean, the art is so intricate and intense, and you create every aspect of this book. So, tell me about your process. How does a story come together for you?
It's weird. It's kind of like it's odd to talk about. It's almost like you're in this realm between realities. I don't know how else to kind of say that, where these things happen, and of course I have to, the stories had to be created, and the dialogue and the plotting and the action and the character design. It's almost like looking at a very large mural, and you painted a corner here, and you painted a piece there, and then as you step back, you begin to realize that all these aspects are starting to layer into each other, and starting to take shape, and then you keep doing that, and you keep doing that, and then eventually the entire thing is done. But it's for myself, I'm really meticulous about design, about everything, even down to the most minute detail that someone may never notice. But for me, I have to make sure that it's there and that it's done right, because if it isn't, I just feel like I'm not doing enough, and I have to make sure that it's done to the fullest extent possible.
You can see it on the page. How long does it take you to do a typical page? Yours look like most of them are double page spreads, but how long does that normally take to render?
That can take, a week, 10 days, depending on how complicated the designs are, and sometimes it gets so complicated that my knowledge with 3D goes so far. So I'll reach out to people that I know who are architects, and get them to help me put things in perspective so that we can make sure that it looks real and it looks like if you walked down that, corridor, down that palace entryway, it's something that would be real.
Like that.
That's Ad Capaliquiatum. It's the capital for the Glass Kingdom, and it's where they hold all their imperial matters before they're taken actually up, which is like a 3-day journey north to where the actual Glass Kingdom sits. And the Glass Kingdom is, in their Elsion dialect, they call it Glacius Glendafios. And that's where things are then taken, and then they're presented to the king and to the prime ministers and to their various warlords and heads of state who help to manage the empire as they do.
So it's interesting when I try to describe how the book opens to me. Part of my pitches when I hand it to people, I'm like, it feels like for the first 10 pages or so, you're getting caught up to the entire history of what's been going on for the characters' families back through time. And it feels a little bit like the opening to Dune, where you have the Emperor's daughter like telling the whole history of Dune and the houses. The way it felt to me, just like this epic, like you're not reading just this like tale about this small thing. It's like this epically scaled storyline.
It's a very vast world, and Symphonic Verses, the main storyline alone is 330 chapters, and that's not counting the side stories and the spin-offs and then the other stories that I've written that make reference to this same world where all these things take place. In the world they live in, it's called Levi Samenos V, and that means to be under the influence of sleep. So it's like you are, when you open the book, it's like the reader has stepped through this realm where you're not quite awake, but you're not quite asleep. You're existing on this axis right between these two realities, and that's where this world exists. And the various stories like Lycos Ippitis, even though that's at nearly 10,000 years before Adonis was born, there are artifacts and weapons that are used by these other characters that show up in Symphonic Verses and that are used by some of these other people. And also Resu, the Sword of Tears, kind of the same thing. And so all of these various books, they hold keys and pieces of one to the other, and they kind of connect. And then all the things that are going on in Adonis' timeline, they're centered particularly on him because of who he is and where he comes from. But when we look at other books that involve other members of his generational family, it's about them and where they are at and their point of time and the things that are going on in the world. So it all connects ultimately, just like kind of in real life.
So we have a beautiful comment here. So big it covers us up here, Xing, from Val. She says that it's exquisite and that the art is fantastic and so detailed. The care and love expressed in each world in your art is so apparent. Your book is read multiple times to focus on the art, then focus on the story. Sweet. Ready to read book 2, plus playing 2 steps from Hell music in the background. Superb. So you've got a big fan in Val.
Oh, hi, Val. I certainly appreciate all of everyone's support, and Miss Jen, I appreciate you putting the book in your store and giving me the chance to meet all of these other amazing people. And I tell people all the time, at the end of the day, this isn't because I've done anything extra special. I mean, these will always be my characters, my story, but it's because of people who believe in it, and it's because of all of you that make it what it is. It's not me, it's everybody else, and so I appreciate, I really do appreciate everything. It goes a very, very long way.
Yeah, I was blown away by the look of the books. when I first got my first batch in, which I don't know, what am I on, batch 3 that I've made it through?
Yeah, three batches of volume 1.
Yeah, it's I was just astounded at the paper quality, the color saturation, the packaging that you include, like mini poster and a regular poster in there. It's like but your attention to detail with your product is just off the charts. Off the charts.
Oh, well, no, I just want to make sure that I can give people the best of what I can offer, because again, it's them that make it what it is, and so I have to make sure I keep exceeding what I did before so that I can keep delivering quality. Because if you drop a quality standard, it's very hard to get it back, and sometimes it becomes quite difficult. And that was a big problem that was happening in Japan at the end of the Meiji Restoration, because samurai were gone as a warrior class, and so what was left were these Western standards that the current emperor was instituting into their very structured and clandestine society. The problem is that when you lower that standard that way, the things that made these things what they were, they begin to lose their not worth, but they lose the impact that it had. And it's like the water level starts to reside just a little more until now, people may be certain things by generational born blood, but they're no longer that particular type of warrior by a class, because it doesn't exist. And so what's left are these, what you would almost call gentleman arts. Just as an example of how if you take things away, it lessens and it loses the effect that it had originally.
All right, well, I've got a question as an artist. I'm loving what I'm seeing. Like, one of the questions I wanted to ask was, when you're doing this, are you doing primarily digital, all digital? Is it a mix of digital and traditional? How are you going about creating this? Because those colors are just super vibrant.
Oh, thank you. No, it's a mix of digital and traditional. Some things are drawn on just normal lined paper, and then they're scanned in and done digitally, or some things are, done strictly digitally. It just depends on what's being worked on at the time.
Okay, so then another question I have as well to follow up with that is, okay, so I've been hearing you talk a lot of this history, just dropping knowledge on culture. What, other than, I know you mentioned your parents would live in that area of the world, what other things really kind of fostered this love of history for the culture of the area, as well as how that shaped what you're doing now?
It really just, I remember as a kid, I always had a fascination for history, for things that were just, I guess you could say maybe more esoteric. And so I love history, from Greece, from Japan, from China, from Rome to Italy, to all of these places that are so much older than our own cultures, and they functioned for so long, and they achieved so many amazing things long before this modern world kind of came along. And so I always appreciated that, but I appreciated the mythos of these cultures. Like earlier I had mentioned Homer was one of my inspirations, and I always would sit and wonder what made him write the Iliad, what made him write Achilles as this great hero, this great warrior who could do all of these things, and yet look at the pronounced irony of how he died. Those things that make you step back and say, what was happening in his time when he was alive that made him think and write that way, that all these years later, we're still talking about it. People are still remembering it. They still study it. Look at Shakespeare. I think Hamlet is probably one of the greatest literary works that has ever been written. It's so well done. There's so much of this human element, but there's this supernatural element to it with the appearance of his father as this ghost and this idea for revenge and redemption, and ultimately, in the end, it ended very badly for everybody that Hamlet cared about, including himself. So again, we look at those things. What was it that made him, Shakespeare, decide to write these plays and these sonnets the way that he did? And when you kind of put yourself in that perspective, it makes it easier to say, okay, what am I taking away from this? What can I learn from this and be able to help me to bring life to these things, these other characters, and make it believable and make it diverse, but yet drape it with this very over-the-top fantasy look, but the underbelly is very human. It's things that we know, it's things that we understand, and that's just kind of how that's kind of how it's always been. Even now, and when I'm writing things and I'm working on things, the process is still the same.
Okay, yeah, but I didn't really fall back in love with reading until I read Othello in high school.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of one of those days where I was, it was high school assignment, you're going to read this. I'm like, Then I started actually researching what Moors were. And I started researching a lot of what was going on in that culture at the time. So it really kind of woke me up to it. It's like, wait a minute, this is a really powerful character story about a man who is trying to rule, but also he has people who he thinks are friends who aren't. And then the people that are against him are manipulating him in such a way where even the people he trusts the most, he no longer trusts.
Right, exactly.
So,
and it's like you said, those when you look at the dynamics of those things, even when you look at Prince Hamlet and his fake friends, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern, and his horrible uncle, who he's just the worst, and so we start to see the very negative side of this human nature, but yet it's told in such a magnificent way, in such a unique way, that it causes you to step back and really contemplate the things that the writer's trying to get across.
Guys, if you head over to cadetscon.com and click on the CadetsCon link page and scroll down, there are links to Xing Xin's Facebook and the website and his publishing company, Second Sight Publishing, as well as Quantum Entanglement Comics on Facebook, which are all places where you can find out about this amazing product and get updates and things. And you can buy these beautiful books from him there.
Some of the other cool things that Xing's done is there's a soundtrack for his work that is, Xing, you have to say, who created that music? Because it sounds like a movie soundtrack, like it's ready to roll.
Michael Roberts did the music, and he's very talented, and he actually did arrangements for Castlevania Mirror of Fate for the Nintendo 3DS, and he worked on some other films and some other arranging compositions for some games. And I love throughout the book, a lot of the references are based around classical music references, whether they are people's names or their cities or kingdoms, weapons, or just things that people talk about, objects or various things. And so I can hear music the way I'd like it to sound, but I don't play a lot of music. That's not what I do, but Mike is an expert of that, and so we would talk about these sounds and these kind of concepts and these the way that the book is and the things that we're trying to convey, and he put it together so amazingly. And I mean, he really just such a talented guy, and I'm so happy to know him, and wanted to make sure that, again, just like the art, the music, it has to be quality. It has to be something good. And basically, I mean, in some ways, I would like Symphonic Verses to be the Final Fantasy of the West, because there's already a Final Fantasy which brilliant minds, far more brilliant than I could ever hope to be. I've already done all these other amazing things, but here, if I can, share things with people in a slightly different way, is what I'd like to do that way.
Where can people find the soundtrack?
Actually, so if anybody buys not just Volume 1, but also, Miss Jen, if they get Volume 2, they can get the soundtrack as well. And I can send them the download link for it. All they have to do is just let Miss Jen know or contact me through the Quantum Entanglement comics page, and I can send them the link for it for the soundtrack. And we actually, Mike and I talked a few weeks ago, and we're already brainstorming the next full soundtrack that will come out for the book that will cover Volume 2 and Volume 3 music-wise. So it is we are going to make more of it.
So is Volume 2 already available, or is Volume 2 coming out?
Volume 2 is out, and I actually have. Okay, so this is the cover to Volume 1. It's dark, and Miss Jen has, I think she has one of them there, but it's these are like these onyx chrome covers, and so they're very dark, but when you look at it, you're able to see everything. So Volume 1 is 148 pages, and Volume 2 came with 2 covers. It came with a Gaius Ippitus cover, and Gaius Ippitus is one of the villains in the series. He's the leader of these elite clan of warriors known as the Shadow Knights, and they operate on this very sinister phantom society in which they interact and thrive with one another, and they all possess these really sinister powers. But then this is Volume 2, and Miss Jen's got a perfect. This is the proof copy, so it's all beat up and fingerprinted to death.
Here, let me make it big.
Oh, there we go. Thank you. So that's the Volume 2 cover, and that's called Masquerade, the Phantom Knox Violinist. That's what that particular cover is called. But Volume 2 in itself is called Vitruvius and the Celestial Symphony of Broke Swords, and it picks up right after Volume 1, and there's a lot of crazy stuff happens, and you see Adonis go some very very deep but very personal places in the story, and the story in itself, Symphonic Verses, is really written like an opera. That's really what it's supposed to be, and it's about this prince who he is the last of his kind. When the story starts, his wife has died, and so there is a war that's been going on for 800 years on their world that was fueled on by the Count Thalian dynasty and the death of the Count's granddaughter. And so when she died, the grief killed the grandfather, and in turn his son, who succeeded him, decided, we're going to make the people pay who did this, but then we're going to make everybody else pay. We're going to show the entire world why we're so great, why we're so powerful. And the Count Thalian dynasty, they're an aristocratic war nation who have endless wealth, endless resources. Like in their society, your Bill Gates, your Howard Hughes, those would be the low levels of the members of their cultural society. And so they have great wealth and great assets and many, many things. So their world is so big, Levi Samanos B, that it's taken 800 years for them to get this far to this part of the world. And where they're at now is there's supposed to be a peace treaty signing, an amnesty inside the Glass Kingdom. The Glass Kingdom is a pacifist nation. They haven't been involved with the war, even though before that, they have their own warriors, their own armies. They have great warriors, but they didn't get involved in that conflict. And so the night that the treaty is supposed to be signed, Prince Adonis has left his kingdom, and he's traveling to witness this great historic moment, and he brings his personal mentor with him, which is a woman named Concerto Maestro. She's a countess who comes from his empire, and so they get there, and he meets this princess named Seferios, and they're talking about life and death and love, and he begins to realize that she has this same power that he possesses, which his eyes allow him to behold celestial light. It allows him to see things that no one else can see. And so when they see each other, Adonis and Seferios, no matter where they are, it looks like they're standing on water at nighttime with dual moons behind them. So however, no matter where they go, day or night, when they see one another, they see each other in that celestial realm. And so then, while that's going on, the Shadow Knights have returned, and people thought that they were extinct. Well, they in secret have been moving for weeks, defeating enemies and taking control of borders, and then they launch this assault, and they're not alone. The Crystallis Kingdom is with them, and that's ruled by Harpsichord Harpsis, and she is one of the bigger villains of the series. And so while he's there, Seferios begins to talk to Adonis about this prophecy, about the last true king, and about the shared powers that they have from Vero. And so all these things start to move, and then everything goes wrong. And in Volume 2, you see where the attack starts, and then all this other stuff happens, but you get a chance to see more of Adonis's powers and more of the things that he's capable of doing. And it just kind of goes on, and their world is very Baroque, and it's very Gothic, but it's mixed with this stunning modern architecture amongst all of these, ancient-looking buildings and civilizations, and it's about love and darkness and hope and betrayal and forgiveness. And you find out that Adonis, he has to make a choice, not between good and bad, but between two evils, one evil and a greater evil. So the question is, how can you do what's right when all you can do is what's wrong? What choices are open to you when you're technically having to be the villain? And that's the great dichotomy of his problem, is how do you do these things without in yourself becoming these evils and trying to bring his wife back from the dead. And even if something like that could be done, what cost is it done to achieve it? And so it's a lot of just very human stuff that we could understand, but it's dressed up in this fantasy world where you just see these people suffer and make a mess of their lives the way people can sometimes in real life.
So, Miss Jen, can you, Val would like you to share the story of how fast Volume 1 sold out on your live show, that it's a very sweet and funny story, but also could you show us Volume 1 again up close to your camera?
So, the way I remember it, Val, you can correct me if I'm wrong, because we've been through the sale a couple of times, 2 or 3 times, but the way I remember it is I think I showed the book and was trying to describe the book, but people had already called all of the possible copies I had before I finished even trying to describe it. And I was like, oh, well, I guess I'll hush now. I'll make another order to cover the people that I couldn't cover this time. So.
Right. Like hotcakes.
Yeah.
Sold itself.
Mm-hmm. I think I just showed one interior page, and I think that was all it took. And then I was just like, okay, well, we have to move on now because I don't have any more to give you.
I don't know that there's a greater endorsement for art than I showed an interior page and sold all the copies I have before I could say words.
It's like, this is what the book was about. Never mind, I've sold all the books.
We'll tell you next time.
And on the back, there's like a description on the back of each volume that kind of breaks down what's happening in it, and and then the funny thing too is recently the book actually got picked up by a publisher, Second Sight Publishing, which is owned by Bradley Golden, really nice guy. Did a lot of work for Antarctic Press and Caliber Comics. And the funny thing is, Symphonic Verses, I couldn't get anybody to publish it. I took it to every publisher minus Marvel and DC, and it was rejected 157 times, and that is a actual number. That's how many times it was turned down by everybody, and they turned it down because it's aesthetically different. They just, they're like, it's too different, and that was the reason that they gave me as to why it wouldn't work. But the amazing part is I've had the privilege to show the book to Santa Monica Game Studios, who do God of War, to Tetsuya Nomura, who is the keeper of all things Final Fantasy, to Mercury Steam and Konami, Dave Cox, who worked on Castlevania Lords of Shadow, to Kojima Productions, and they have so kind and so generously given me a very, very good feedback on the book, and they very much appreciated the artwork, and that was very much a humbling experience and a very exciting experience for me to be able to see people who do things on such a worldwide scale, and yet they're looking at this little itty-bitty thing that I'm doing, and they're telling me that I'm doing it right. And so that is just I don't really have words for that, but I just want to keep learning and keep understanding and keep growing these things that I'm trying to do, so I can keep giving people quality. And the book, before it even actually came out, it got picked up by a Hollywood studio called the Global Genesis Group. They're a production company, and I met one of their VPs, really nice guy, and he saw it. He was like, give me a call Monday. He gives me the number to their corporate office. And so I called Monday. They said, call exactly at 3 o'clock. And I'm like, okay. So I'm checking like every clock online, every world clock, my phone. I'm looking at clocks on walls. I'm trying to just be like, I can't screw up this time frame. I need to make sure I'm doing it right. And so I call, and the whole board of directors was there, and I didn't know that. And they said, you got 30 seconds to pitch it to us. And so I told them what it's about, and then they told me that they liked it, and they gave it a TV deal, and I serve as an executive producer and one of the lead writers on the show, and Two Steps from Hell are doing the music, and things happening that in a million years I never thought would have been possible. And that I thought I can't even get someone to publish it, let alone how could it ever turn into something else. And I'm very grateful for the things that are happening, and I just hope people like it. I just want to give people a good story to read, and hope they enjoy it.
It's 115 rejections and straight to TV.
Right.
Something amazing.
Right. That's something we talked about yesterday with some of our guests we had on who are independent musicians, and it's about tenacity. It's about keeping going. You got rejected. A lot of times it would have been very easy for someone to say, you know what, I'm done. But you kept going, and when it hit, when you found people who understood what you had, it took off. You've got people like Miss Jen, and people who appreciate the art and appreciate the book, who are snapping it up and buying it. You've got Bradley Golden, who I know a little bit from his Caliber days, and he's a guy that, he's a great person to be in business with, because he recognizes skill and talent and knows how to cultivate and push that. And then you've got production on a book that didn't even have a publisher at the time, other than yourself. That's gotta feel like hitting the lottery, doesn't it?
It still, most days it feels surreal. like it's still, most days I feel like I don't know sometimes if I'm really awake or if I'm dreaming. So I just, it's funny. I did this. I used to go to shows a lot, like almost 20 years. I was doing comic shows and I did panels here and there. And the one thing I would always tell people is, keep your head down, just work, just never think that what you're doing makes you greater, because it doesn't. There's always so much to learn. There's always so much that we don't know, that we don't comprehend, and that we have to learn to do the right way again and again and again. And I sometimes see people who, they're like, oh, I did a Kickstarter, or oh, I've got Facebook, and their head is so in the stratosphere, and they're just very condescending and but that's not the way to be, because normally those people never make it beyond their circle of friends who support them. They never get beyond that because they might think they're smarter than everybody else, but what they're doing may not be truly that revolutionary. It just might be that way to some people, but not to everyone. And so being humble and just keep your head down, work, don't make trouble, just do what you got to do, and give people a quality product. And that's what matters most.
Absolutely. Jen, Will?
Yeah, I was just gonna say, man, wow and a half. I hope and pray that I can say something similar to what you're saying, just because I know it's beautiful to see people succeed, because that means it's possible for other people who are willing to put in the work to do it. And so it's really cool to hear that story and hear about how it went from, okay, I couldn't get it published, to, now it's, got a publisher and a deal with it. That's really neat and really awesome. I was just going to ask this, because I kind of looked on some of the artwork, and I remember you mentioning you were more inspired by more Korean style comics and things like that. What are some Korean style titles that you enjoy?
Really, there's so many of them between here and China. Things like Saint Legend and the Four Constables and the Story of Tao and Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber and the Black Leopard and the Karate Masters and the Berserk, and I mean the list just, it goes on. And these were done by these amazing people like Andy Sato and Wing Ching Ma and Hong Tae Kim, who is just there. Every time I look at Hong Tae Kim's work, I just want to throw my computer out the window, because I'm just like, how does he do it? How does he make it look like that? And so everything is a learning curve. It is a continual learning curve, and I watched some of your panel the other day, and I saw your work, man, and it's good. And the one thing I can tell you is keep doing what you're doing, but don't be afraid to be bold. Don't be afraid to be daring. Take the chances that don't seem like it's sensible with certain things, because the more you can stand out and the more unique you keep making what you do, it's going to keep causing what you do to grow and to turn into something completely different. So, definitely keep it up.
Man, I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Oh.
You mentioned that the story itself is 300 plus chapters.
Mm-hmm.
How many volumes is that? Is that 300 plus volumes, or is that?
So like, to break it down, like to show how we're not even on the tip of the iceberg. So volume 1, which is again 148 pages, volume 1 covers episodes 1 through 7. Volume 2 covers just episode 8. So we haven't even scratched. There are things that I would like to tell you about these characters, about what goes on, the amount of villains and the crazy, insane things that happen. But I can't spoil it because then it's no good if it's spoiled. And that's why I never. There are two things. There are no digital copies of the book, and then two, I never post page after page after page of the book, because for me, I want readers to be surprised by what they see when they read it. I don't want to take that away from them or spoil that by saying, let me post all this stuff online for people to look at. No, it's not because I'm trying to be stingy with people, but it's because I don't want to take away that experience. So very little is ever shown from, besides covers, a panel here or there. That's it. And then everything else is for the reader to experience for themselves.
So what I'm hearing is that anyone that jumps into this series has a lifetime worth of material to look forward to.
Yeah, I mean, now the TV show will cover a lot more ground in the anime, because there's like all this other stuff we'll be able to do, and it will be able to move along a lot faster, especially because then there will be all these other people involved, and that will be good. But it's funny because I have so yeah, there will be a lot of content. Like, but I wanted to show this. Like, this was the very first printing. And we've gone through 5 printings, but this first cover was called the Glass Tears, and this one was the next printing, and that and all these are now out of print. The only covers that are printed now are just the Onyx Chrome ones, but this is called the Burning Symphony of His Heart cover that features a lot, like, quite a few of the main characters, but yes, Miss Jen, there is a lot to. If I told you the amount of things that are actually going on, which one day, when the world is not as crazy and I can come visit you in Houston, I will sit down. I will tell you things about the book that other people don't know.
I have a question, and it's a weirdly specific question. The cover that you just showed, and the one that's over your right shoulder there, what year did that cover come out?
Last year, 2019.
I feel like I've seen that cover so many places.
Yeah, it kind of, I put it like, it got put out and just kind of, I plastered it all over DeviantArt and online and stuff like that, but last year is when I actually did this. That was the 4th printing, and so I used that image for the cover. But there's no more of those. Those are all gone.
Yeah, I have my store had a huge anime, manga, Asian influence section, and I feel like maybe I saw it, in one of the groups or one of the at a show prior to that or something. I don't. Man, I'm just staring into her eyes, and it's making me nuts trying to figure it out.
It's possible. And it's funny, Safarios, that's how her hair changes when she's in her warrior outfit. Oh, Miss Jen, could you grab that poster of her real quick, please? So this armor that you're seeing, that armor is called the Medit on Ghoul. And the armor itself is divine. It was made by Ahern Zivit, who was the blacksmith who forged these divine pieces of armor to give it to her. Now, in their language, they call it a flambid blonde with audio. That's how in their Elsion dialect you would say it. But if you look at her hair, you see the braids, and there's actually energy moving through them. That's a representation of her divine power, that power that her and Prince Adonis share. But if you look at Adonis, he has tears of lightning coming out of his eyes and out of his hair. That's his divine power. That's how it looks. But when she goes from princess mode into her warrior princess mode, her hair, it turns over to the other side, and then you can see the shaved part and the braids underneath it. And then she transforms into her armor, and there's dragons and a lot of crazy things that I can't wait for people to see.
I might need files of this this armor to see if I can replicate it.
Oh, I'd love to see someone make it. That'd be and on her belt buckle or on her like warrior, I guess, underwear, I guess you would call it, that symbol that's on the top of it, that's actually the sigil of her family's house.
Okay.
First off, Miss Jen, I'm gonna need 1 and 2 of that from you. So I want to get that first of all because I can't not get it now. I will kick myself if I don't.
And volume 2 is I have 10 copies left on the website. So if people want to buy a copy from symphonicverses.com, they can get a copy right from there, and then all the other copies will come from the publisher from Second Sight once they start putting it in comic shops nationwide.
Links to
three copies is all I have left of the current print of number 1. Then you'd have to wait for the new print through the new company.
That's why I want to try to get it now.
I claim this in the name of you, Will.
Links to all of the stuff he just mentioned, his publisher, his book, his website, Quantum Entanglement Comics are all on cadetscon.com under the Cadets Con links section. I'm not doing my job if I don't remind people of that and make it easy for them. Val is stoked about the sheer volume. She says she needs a new bookcase to clear out so that she'll have enough room for all of it. And Jingles Rasco is all about lots of fun stuff. So I'm just so impressed with the mythology and the mythos and the storytelling of this of your book. It's something that you don't often see from a creator who's like, no, for real, I've got all of this world worked out and I've got this language worked out and this is how it is, and they can tell you these stories that are going to go on and on and on. So many more creators that I deal with are like, well, I've got the next 2 books written and we'll see what happens from there. So I really want to commend you on having that vision and that foresight.
Yeah.
Oh no, I appreciate it. I mean, 26 years of my life have been wrapped up in this, and it just that's how I deal with things. When things are difficult or there's hard times, or I have to deal with it through art and through writing and putting these characters through hard, difficult challenges and situations, and I just want to make fun adventure that people can enjoy and cheer and be sad and be happy and be not understand what's going on at the time, but it explains itself later on.
Absolutely. So we've got about 5 minutes left here today on Cadets Con 2020 Live Online. Xing, give us your links. Tell everyone where they can find you. Obviously, they're over on Cadets Con, but give them to the people from yourself.
So on Facebook, Quantum Entanglement Comics is a page I try to update daily. Symphonicverses.com is the official website for the series. Soon you'll be able to get the information from the Second Sight Publishing website, but Second Sight Studios Facebook page, you'll find information there as well. There's an IMBD page for the television show that talks about things, and so people can Google it, or if people have questions, please don't hesitate. And even if they have to reach out to Miss Jen or to someone else, and then she can relay those messages to me, I'm more than happy to connect with people in any way and try to help and explain things. And if people are looking for particular things, I'll try to see what I can do to get it for them.
Awesome. So you have Volume 1 and Volume 2, and I know there's going to be a delay because of the publishing, getting with a publisher. So you're gonna have a new print run of Volumes 1 and 2, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do we have a timeline on a potential Volume 3?
I'm actually already working on Volume 3 and Volume 4 at the same time. And Volume 1 came out in 2017. Volume 2 came out just in July of this year. So it will be a little bit of a gap of time because it takes a while to do all of this.
Oh, sure.
But I am all like all the stuff is written, the visual stuff that takes extra time. So I am working on it. I've already got the first 12 pages for Volume 3 done.
Well, and creating art that looks like that certainly doesn't happen overnight. So, I mean, all of us that have become fans of you just now are definitely willing to wait, for something of this quality. So, just knowing that you're working on it builds the anticipation for so many people.
Oh, well, no, I certainly appreciate it. And I'm working on other books, Lycos Ipetus and Ikebana and Oni Blade of Shadows, and there are so, eventually I'll probably find other artists to do some of these other offshoot stories because I can't do everything. It's too much. So I'll eventually bring on someone who they'll take on another book in itself where I'll still write and be involved with the design and things like that, but I'll let them do all the art for it.
Awesome. So one more time, guys, head over to cadetscon.com. Click on the Cadets Con link page, scroll down, and look for all of the links for Xing and all the links for Symphonic Verses.
You got it.
No, that's it. You said it right. Symphonic Verses. That's perfect.
I had to stop and go, okay, now say the letter right. Like I said, this is my 32nd hour of doing this weekend, so I'm just happy to be forming words still. Val says it for us. Thanks for tonight's chat. You're amazing. Stay healthy. Keep creating. Hugs. Thank you for being part of Cadets Con.
Oh, Val, no, I appreciate all of you. I really do. I'm just a guy who sits and doodles on paper, and that's it. I just appreciate people who are interested, and it means a lot. It really does.
Well, guys, hang out for just about a minute. We'll be back to wrap up with me and Jen and Will wrapping up Cadets Con. Thank you for watching. Thank you, Xing, for being here. We will be back in just about a minute.
All right.
Well, guys, we've come to the end of Cadets Con 2020 live online. I don't know how Jen and Will still have the energy to dance during the breaks. I can barely lift my arms. So, thank you guys so much. Thank you, Miss Jen, for letting us be a part of this and for hosting this wonderful convention. Thank you to all of our guests. We've had what winds up being 25 different artists and creators, from all over the world. 3 creators from England, 2 from Germany. We've talked about everything from gaming to manga to comic books to music and hip hop to 90s cartoon shows. We found out the names of the Hungry Hippos. Thanks to Travis McIntyre. Guys, it has been an absolutely wild weekend.
I want to say a huge thank you to Kyle. This could not have happened without him. He has the technical expertise to make such a crazy thing happen. He's been working tirelessly behind the scenes to make sure that all this has occurred. Will has also been instrumental in getting this together, as have been Jen Ricano, who is responsible for the scheduling, and Richard Shipp, who had a whole bunch of coding stuff he did. This could not have happened in any kind of form without them. Otherwise, it would have just been me live on Facebook talking to you like this. It's dumb.
I also got to shout out Amanda Harvey for helping us, Mike Travis for helping us with hosting duties and interviewing people. I wanna also mention all the great people who showed up for Ready Set Draw: Jen Brumal, Mog Park, Jay Oden, Oscar Fong, Jingles Rasco, Will, Jen Ricano submitted a piece. We have some pieces coming from our guys who last night were part of Nerd Killer Warfare. So make sure we'll be posting those links all over the internet this week, where you can get in on those charity auctions to raise money for Insider Art from that. I want to thank everybody. Val has been here like the whole weekend, and John and Nicholas and Tanya has been here a ton, and just everybody who's been here all weekend watching us, guys. We've had far more people than could ever fit into Jen's store. We have far more creators than we could ever get into one place where things normal. So it has been an absolute pleasure and honor to be a part of this. Thank you.
It's been a pleasure being able to be involved, man. It really has.
Yes,
Any last?
This is like a dream to have been able to have so many amazing creators and publishers in the same space. It gives us all a little bit of mental health to have seen each other, even though we can't get together at an actual physical convention. But because of this cool technology, then from people all over the world can get together and nerd out.
Miss Jen, I just want to say, I can't believe that when I walked into your store when I did years ago, that I would not only have become a real big fan of you and your store and your staff and the people that are there in the background, that are doing the heavy lifting, and Brian and Gaming and Janice and Hannah and all those people that are helping you make this thing a bigger reality than it is. But I'm thankful that I found a family in you guys. And so, when we started talking about this, I was like, there's no way that this is going to go off and I'm not going to be able to get involved. If I can get involved in any way to help and do anything I can to put this thing together, I'm in wholeheartedly. So, we got
Thank you, Val. It would have been a lot more boring if people like you weren't here commenting and supporting everybody and, having a passion for the creators we have. This has been just an absolutely fabulous weekend. I can't think of any way I would rather spend my weekend than doing things like this. So, any last words, Miss Jen or Will?
Just make sure you do, if you have a means, go drop a little bit of money at all of our guests because they are artists that are kind of like in lower amounts of work than would normally be experiencing and without their normal convention schedule, which they'd be able to usually set up and connect with all of their fans and sell them, commissions and things. So if you have a little bit of extra dollars to go and throw at them, those links will be live for as long as we can keep them live in this page, probably infinitely.
Links to everything will be on cadetscon.com until next year's show, at least, and maybe then some. So we will see everybody next time. With that, we are going to draw CadetsCon 2020 live online to a close with one last jam session. But before we do that, I want the song is
Kyle,
I
want to shout you out real quick because Miss Jen already doted over you. I mean, I'm going to be needing to talk to you because I've got somebody that will need you to help learn how to do this because they want to expand some things to a greater level. like how just his organizational stuff beyond the tech side. Like I remember we were putting stuff together early on, and he was just like, "Oh, like, okay, August done, let's do this." So he just really corralled us together. So he really was our rally man. And so he, beyond just the tech side, he's also the point man, really, in a lot of ways.
And a lot of the credit for that goes to I will throw this out to desperation on my part, and the first one of these we threw, guys, was 17 hours on Zoom, through our store page when we were closing our brick and mortar store, and I wanted to celebrate it. We were supposed to have a last minute signing, and COVID shut the store down. So we came up with a quick plan out of desperation and panic, and we started it. And then I've started to partner with other people, and I got a shout out. He tried to come on this weekend. We couldn't make the schedule work. Ming Chen for getting me with the StreamYard people, and my podcaster friends who have helped me up the game and make things look better and act better. It's and Amanda who puts up with my crazy ideas. Is, hey, we're gonna throw a virtual convention. She's like, what? I'm like, no, this is what we're gonna do. And then 2 months later, going, hey, we're gonna throw another one. And she's going, no, seriously. And I'm going, no, for real. And then here we are 3 months later, I'm throwing another one, and we're already working on the next one and the one after that. So it's one of those things. Is that I got to shout out Amanda and my team here in Toledo who helped me figure this out, and you guys for allowing me to jump in after you had already started everything and be like, hey, this is what works from my perspective from the things I've done. Let's focus on this. Let's try and book these people. There were conversations early on where it's like, do you think we could get the reincarnated corpse of Stan Lee? And I'm going, no, I don't think that's going to work. But let's focus on people we know and people, who we sell their books and we know their books and we love their work. And Richard Shipp and Jen Ricano for doing a lot of the back end work, which made my job so easy of keeping the websites up and keeping things running. Amanda and Mike for bailing me out and helping us interview. Will for leading so many interviews. Miss Jen for being the constant cheerleader and interview companion, and the person who's making sure you have a place to buy everything we talked about this weekend. None of this would work if it wasn't for the whole team. And if I'm a guy who comes in and sends a Word document out to everybody and we can pull this together, then I appreciate the support. So once again, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you for being here. Next year, Cadets Con, live in person, hopefully. And if God willing, Will and I will be in Texas for it, and maybe we'll bring it to you live online just from the store. So we will see everybody very, 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 very soon. Be safe. God bless. Bye-bye.
Take care.